A huge conference tomorrow using the same thing, and we don't want to. It's all about reuse stuff. So please be kind with food and coffee here. Otherwise, just before I start the whole pep talk, I need to inform you about the security and where toilets are and everything else. So toilets are there and there. There are 2 toilets inside here. Not 2, but there are 2 toilet rooms. All right? We are very diversified here, so you use the way that you want to use it. There's no ladies and men and gentlemen and so on. This is the EU stage. There are stages over there, as most of you know, where the expo is. And there's an impact stage, and there's a main stage over here, the green stage. Fire. In case of fire, the emergency, this door would be open. So we have to just be a little bit aware of creating space for people who panic. But otherwise, there's going to be there's opening over there and over there, and these 2 doors here. All right? Just to be sure. Elsewise, anything that you need, those of my colleagues who have these kind of T-shirts on, they will be here to help you. So any questions you might have, you ask them. Any questions about safety, security? No? All right. Awesome. So, now the official pep talk. We are extremely happy to see you. This is the 3rd year of Green Impact Week. The first 2 years was during COVID-19. I know I'm not supposed to say this word, but yeah. And it was crazy, crazy times, and we did it because we wanted to make sure that the ecosystem would not suffer so much from the COVID-19, and we could promote the ecosystem and help other players such as ourselves to be able to promote their programs, results, and so on. So in collaboration with a lot of different partners, DZ, Creative Business Network, and European Commission, and Vækstfonden, and Innovationsfonden, who actually were there from the beginning, we created the Green Impact Week. The aim is clear, is to bring people together, because we all know that the green business is the business for everyone now. Everybody has to work with the green impact. It's not only the tech, it's not only the small companies, neither is it only the public sector, but it's also the private sector. So everybody is in this game. And everybody is working on their own. And you know how we are in Denmark. We are extremely good at working in silos. So we want to make sure that we create a space for the silos to meet and collaborate across. That's the basic kind of philosophy that we have. Bringing the ecosystem together. And you are the ecosystem. This year, we are so lucky because we don't have COVID-19, so we can do some more. So this year, I'm extremely happy that we have included youth, because what does it mean to talk about future if you're not including young voices? So this year we have, in collaboration with the what are they called? I always forget this. Venture Cup, CBS Climate Club, the 2 student groups, and Sustainable Change Makers, and Tuborg-Fondet. We have invited a lot of young people, and we make sure that these young people can do their own stuff, but also they are included in the program, in the design of the programs as much as on the stage. So whenever there is a partner doing something, we try to match, to make sure there's a youth member representative on stage. So I'm really looking forward to have this interaction with the youth, and also to see what they see when we are all done. They're going to come up with a white paper to see, okay, how do they see it? So I'm really happy for this part. And most of all, I would just finish it off by saying, please Enjoy it, please collaborate, talk. There's no competition in saving the world. It's all about collaboration. And also invite people to come. We have made it completely kind of easy to access. So the more the merrier. Finally, I would just like to say thank you to the team behind this, because we have been working night and day with, you all know the business of doing these things is always limited resources and a lot of work. So we have about a lot of volunteers and a lot of staff members who have been working really, really hard. And I just wanted to, because we don't get the chance to thank them later on, so I just want to start by thanking them, and then we see how it goes. But so when you see them, just let them know that they're doing a good job. And if you have any critical feedback, come talk to me, not them. All right? Okay then, enjoy. Let's have a lot of interaction. Let's see the solutions. Let's bring people together. Let's bring the energy up. The COVID is done, hopefully for this month. And let's go get a great summit. All right? Thank you so much for coming.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Nick Horton. I'll be your host here this morning for the town hall piece. And I'm sure that 9 out of 10 of you, how are we doing? 9 out of 10 of you, am I getting a lot of feedback? Yeah. Are we good? We're sure we're good. All right, cool. For those of you that haven't tried this before, this is where we get you to talk. So we're going to flip this. Instead of it being men my age in blue blazers in the prime of their lives telling you how the world works, we're going to have you discuss it amongst yourselves. This is us engaging you. This is your conference. This is your planet. We could get all philosophical, but this is a lot more fun if you guys get going. So we got 4 different groups that are going to come up and say something really quick, brief. It'll be brief. It will also be interesting to inspire you and to give you a little bit of input, because, and I could pull out the paper, but is it just me that's getting a lot of feedback? No, we're good? All right. It sounds a lot up here for those of you who are going to be talking. In any case, what we want your input on what it will take to build the ecosystem necessary to make the transition happen. All right, so we've got to focus, right? This green thing, once upon a time it was something narrow, then it became everything, right? And so rather than talking about small-scale aquaculture in Asia, for example, this will be about what it takes to build the ecosystem, who's got to work together. So we're going to have 4 different groups of people come up, give you quick, short, interesting bits of inspiration, starting with startups, then corporates, talent, and finally community. Right, I'm looking over at Bo, who said he was going to be over there, ready to send up the first group of people from startups. Do I have somebody over there that can Antigan? Are we ready for that bit? Yeah, maybe. All right. In any case, you're sitting at tables with people. If we could get those people up on stage, please. I knew we were ready for this. I could also sing a short song to inspire you, but we'll spare you that just for now. All right, so we've got a couple of people coming up on stage. Give them a hand. Right. So let's come up here next to me. Super. We'll start off. You look ready, and you're already holding the microphone. Who are you? Who are you with? What do you have?
Hello, everybody. Good morning. My name is Rasmus. I'm the founder and CEO of Reflow. So at Reflow, we work with making it easy for startups and small, medium-sized companies to become data-driven within their entire process of their products and their processes. So a good inspiration is, and I think you heard it, some of you might have heard it before, if you cannot measure it, you can't change it. So my idea to you today is, I'll be part of a panel a little bit later, stop by there. It's all about measuring. So when you talk about climate change, the environment, as a startup or as a company, make sure you can measure it, set some goals, and then achieve it. Thank you.
Perfect.
Great. My name is Varun. I'm the CEO and founder of Make Impact. We help people to get started investing
Got a
sustainably.
mixed audience. Some of them speak English as their second language. So let's slow it down, just so that.
All right, I'll do that.
Man.
I'm used to pitch really quick, right?
I know.
All right, my name is Varen. I'm the CEO and founder of Make Impact, an impact investing platform helping people to get started in investing in sustainability. One thing about measurements is really key. Data is going to be available more and more, but the problem is that we need to understand data. So we try to visualize the data in a simple way and actually help people from not investing to actually get started investing. All right, so my quickest things to say is when we talk about ESG, it's not just about the climate. E is environmental, social, and governance. So when we look at sustainable investing of the future, we of course need to look at the climate, but the social and the governance part is also a big driver for change. So no matter whether you are not so much into climate, it's fine, then look at the social and the governance part and then make actions in that. Thanks.
Rockin'.
Hi everyone, my name is Martina and I'm from Tempty Foods. In Tempty Foods, we are creating alternatives to tofu and meat from fungal protein mycelium. And what I would like to tell you today is that we all know that innovation and collaboration is what makes us move forward. So what I believe is that big corporates need to embrace startups and provide them with resources so the startups can scale and bring the innovation forward quicker. Yeah, thank you.
We're going to be good friends. Martina was told, can you go up on stage in a minute? Yeah. Can you say something interesting? Yes. Excellent. That fits. It's almost as though we'd written it so that it would fit into the flow of the day. Go team. Thank you.
And a great host makes it easy to make all this happen. So my name is Tegan. I'm the CEO and founder of Worthmore, where we help people connect with purpose. By that I mean we actually are building a SIM card that helps people understand their digital carbon footprint, automatically calculate it and offset it as a part of your monthly bill. If I was to kind of talk about what inspires me and what kind of things that I think is really exciting coming up is both all the startups in this room next door. I was walking around looking at the booths. It looks really cool, really exciting. But also, I think that right now we as a company really want to help people connect intent with action. So making it very easy for people to seamlessly start to integrate changes into their life. And I think there's a lot of companies like ours that are coming up, which is going to just make it really nice and easy to kind of make the world a better place. And I think that's awesome.
I love it. All right, so just to quickly is to think of not just green, but also the societal and the governance. 2, you got to be able to count it. You got to make it usable and easy to fit in. And
Collaboration between corporates and startups, it's very important.
Excellent. Cool. I wonder who's coming on stage next. All right, if I can ask you to stage left. All right.
Thank you.
Now, a quick... All right, and if we could get the corporates up on stage. For those of you that did, please, and microphones, if you get the mics on the mat. For those of you that didn't know, I just had a quick one this morning outside with the coffee people who explained to me the difference between a cortado and a flat white and a latte was the amount of milk. Cortado, flat white, latte. Cool. All right. That's always confused me. Why can't you just say a little bit of milk, more milk, lots of milk? The 3 stages here have a similar challenge. So we've got a main stage, an EU stage, and an impact stage, and we've also got an amphitheater. And that you just have to learn. So EU, main, impact. And then there's this thing called the Colosseum, which I haven't quite seen in practice yet. And I think there's some issues with the name. It could be a little violent, but I'm not sure. But anyway, corporates, Vasco.
Thank you so much. My name is Troels. I'm from Innovation Fund Denmark. For those of you who don't know us, we offer soft funding for startups and for commercialization of research.
Soft funding is?
Soft funding, we don't take ownership. It's not a loan. You basically get money for free if your idea is good enough. And I thought about saying something inspirational, so I just wanted to say, why are you listening to me, basically?
Aside from the fact that you are an unusually handsome man.
Yes. So I just want to say your time is very precious. You need to figure out who do you want to listen to, who do you want to work with, what kind of money do you want to take, what kind of business angels, associates do you want to work for and with during your journey. It's very important. There are so many distractions out there. So many people want to just live off of you, take your money, sell you stuff that you really don't need, events you could go to. So you really need to ask yourself, how do you spend your time best? That's my best advice, I think.
Excellent.
Hello, my name is Sophie Beck. I am from NIRAS, Green Tech Hub, which we started in September 21. So it's very, very the new beginning of everything, and we're testing a lot. But what we believe in is matching the engineering powers with the entrepreneurial powers within the green agenda. So right now we are trying to discover different program formats. We have a huge space, 5,000 square meters with 6 meters to the ceiling, production facilities, office space, and so on. And this is where all the engineers from NIAS meet startups. So that's what we are doing. And to say something about that, if I try to walk in your shoes a little bit, would be to power up with someone who can do what you can't. And if we have to accelerate within the green agenda, it's very much about tech. It's very much about hard tech, and that's very expensive. It takes a long time to develop, but you need all the different talents to do it early. And here's where we hopefully can help.
Cool.
Thanks.
Quick note on NIRAS is they are up north of Copenhagen. So if you think about DTU, for all us hipsters that live downtown, most of your business angels, the men in their prime who drive BMWs or Teslas or, large German cars, they all live north of Copenhagen, and NIRAS is located north of Copenhagen with lots of easy parking for the people with the money.
That's true.
So it's a very key point, and worth remembering. Sif, who came from the light to the dark side of corporates.
Yes,
So
yes.
this is not
yes.
two divided worlds. Værsgo, Nif.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No.
My name is Sif. I come from Devo Team. We are an IT consultancy doing a lot of help to our clients going on that digital transformation journey. And all that means something to people who work with exactly that. But what we are working on is trying to make technology less complicated and also trying to make sustainability less complicated. And why do we do that? It's because we all know that if we have a room full of technicians, full of the brightest people in the world within some technology, they can't fix it alone. We need diversity, we need diverse teams, and that's why it's so nice to look at all of you, because just my prejudice, you don't all work within the same specific field. We need to make technology less complicated for all of us to understand. I don't need to know exactly how Power to X works. I don't know exactly how some coding language works. I don't have to know that, but I have to know what it can do and how it can help us. So that would be my contribution today, to say all of us, please think about the green transition as something with a lot of different technologies, and we don't have to know them all, but we have to know people who know them. So get to know everybody. That would be the best piece of advice today.
Excellent.
My name is Sam Jalai. I'm a partner at Magnusson Law Firm. Magnusson Law Firm is an international law firm. We have offices in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, all the 3 Baltic countries. And I'm the chairman of the firm in Denmark, doing a lot of work with startups, founders in all sectors, particularly green. What I like to talk about is, it's easy to talk the talk, but we need to walk the talk. We need to create the ecosystem. Who doesn't want to invest in green? ESG is the buzzword, but we need to make sure the fundamentals are there. That requires lobbying politically, economically, and creating a legal framework that you guys can work in. And that has been a challenge. Although Denmark and Nordics are the frontiers, and a lot of countries are looking to our neck of the woods because they think they're impressive, in my book, there's still a long way to go. We need to cover a lot of ground, and that happens only if we make sure there is equal access to financing, equal access to networking, equal access to all the knowledge, business knowledge. Now we hear a lot of tech. Tech is unavailable. We need to have tech, and green tech is something that we see a lot of appetite from foreign investors coming into Denmark, screening the market. And I couldn't agree more was something that was commented earlier. Innovation Fund, we work with you guys a lot. You help a lot of startups. We've been mentoring 60 companies, trying to make sure to get the platform to scale their businesses. But this doesn't happen from one day to another. This is not a 100-meter exercise. This is a marathon, the way I see it. We still have a long way to go. Make sure you come by, stop by my booth, or try to get a hold of me. Would love to give you a little bit of insight in how we see it and how we try to lobby for a better future for green startups and founders. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. All right, so next up is talent. Cool, if you could take the mics and pass them on to the next group of people coming on stage, who are apparently coming on stage. Cool. Listen, I see a bunch of you sitting over there. I'm glad to see, this here, your name. Stina. Stina is doing exactly what I'm looking forward to seeing you people in the back do. Moving forward, taking a seat at one of these tables. Because as soon as we're done, please hop up on stage. As soon as we're done, it's your turn. We want to hear you initially argue with each other, discuss. But engage, discuss what it'll take to build this ecosystem. And then about a half an hour after you've been running, boom, we'll try and get a resume of what you're thinking. You look familiar, sir. Good grief. As do all of you. Mia, take it away.
Okay,
talent.
thanks.
What do
Thanks,
you
Nick.
think? What is short, brief, interesting?
We just need to find the right path for the talent
Just.
to... Yeah, but it's not that hard, actually.
Okay.
This is what we try to do at 2030 Builders, to actually cover the gap in between the Greta generation that is very advocating, also trying to educate their parents, and actually the generation which is left to the education of the media, of events like this, or actually of corporate. So tapping into each other's motivation, like what would make Niklas do something, what would make Mass do something, what would make Human do something, but also on the sense of connecting this with what you care about, because we all have a sustainability heart. But we need to just understand what kind of sustainability heart. Is it environmental? Is it social? Is it economical, right? Because that's also important. But finding the sustainability heart, the motivation, and putting people on a path to say, hey, if we are actually reducing our CO2, then the droughts will be less, then we'll have less migration. So actually we'll be able to take care of the social people, right?
Excellent. Sophia.
Hi, I'm Sophia, and I have the pleasure of working for Sustainery. And it's a very international working place, so I've been really happy to be working there for 3 years, and in such an international place, it's kind of a bit rare in Denmark. So I think in order to promote talent, we also need to be supporting these international talents. Like myself, I'm from Canada, a very international country, and I know that there's been a lot of talk in the media lately about how do we engage internationals, students especially, to stay in Denmark after they graduate. So I think we really should be pushing that agenda further and supporting other workplaces like Sustainery that do really international young people working with us. Yeah.
Cool. Matt.
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, I was asked about 2 minutes ago to join this, so I'm actually not so sure.
Because you are one of those guys that can think on your feet.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I'm here with my own startup, Climate. We help corporates deliver on their net zero goals without greenwashing. So actually buying stuff that really does a difference for the climate and removes CO2. But I'm also here as part of Sustainable Changemakers, which is an organization based here in Copenhagen of young-ish people. I think I'm actually getting near to the limit.
Cool. I mean,
but yeah, I think they're gonna kick me out when I turn 35 or something like that.
I'm
but
starting to see lines around the eyes.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to.
I got some. I can hook you up with somebody.
Okay, cool. But yeah, it's a really, I think it's a great network. It's one of the things I really like about it is actually that it costs a little bit of money to be part of it. So everyone who's there is super serious about their work with sustainability, and it's a really amazing network. Yeah.
So network and network with a price buy-in to make people commit.
Yeah, because I think there is a lot of noise in the sustainability industry. There is like every single person on LinkedIn is a sustainability expert, and like there are a lot of people who are then they're working in marketing, like me, and then they slap sustainability manager at the end of their title and they get these extra responsibilities. And it is really, really important to also have a network where you can sort of be, okay, it's mostly people working with it full time and so on. Yep.
Cool. Excellent. Boom. Now you got that. We got one last round of inspiration coming at you. Bo is ready with them. Thank you very much. Up here. Yeah, the microphones are over there, my friend. The stairs are over here. Boom. Grab a mic over there. Ay, caramba, we are not doing this. All right, let me apologize.
just following the leader.
You say you're just following the leader. We've got 4 men on stage, which is a no-go. So an all-male panel. It'll be a very brief all-male panel. Tell me, Rasmus, how have your fashion choices affected your career? Yeah. And other questions that men don't get asked. Exactly. All right. Well, boom. 1, 2, 3. Your bits of wisdom. What do you see about the necessary pieces to add from a community perspective? And your piece of inspiration.
You said Bo, right? But you
I said Bo because I was looking at it. I said Bo first. And you've got a mic. Take it away, Bo.
Hello. Yeah, well, I think that we should, as a community, and I think we do it pretty well in some ways, especially in this more startup-ish community, put away a little bit of the Danishness, meaning that we should really try to work across and together. And really see how can we find the synergies, how can we also make each other better, like organizations-wise. Also, we have I have seen a tendency, at least somewhere here in the neighborhood, that sometimes we fight over the same things, right? As Human said, there's no competition in saving the world. So as a community, I think we should try our best to help the community, help the other organizations, make each other better, and then we will hopefully get there all together. Yeah.
Cool. Rasmus.
Thanks for inviting me. I'm Rasmus with Creative Business Network. So I, of course, focus on how creatives can contribute to sustainable development. And as you all know, 2021 was the creative economy for sustainable development by the UN. A good advice on community, at least our community, is the diversity. It's 80 countries and really a bunch of very different people. And I think successful communities are open communities that embrace differences. And I think what we see, many of the problems today is that we have these closed silos of communities where we don't get the news from other ends of the world, and that would be my word of advice. Make sure that you have open communities with a lot of different kind of people, and invite an artist and a creative person in also.
Cool.
Right, okay. Thanks for inviting me as well. Sam from Tech Barbecue. I think picking up keywords from the expert on the stage, equality, diversity, accessibility is what we need to focus. And also synergy on top of this. It doesn't necessarily mean to lead to one field. I think across the community we have some challenges. And the strength, of course, we need to highlight. But the keywords, of course, has been mentioned. We need to focus. We need to get to work together. But it's not just one thing. As a community player, we see many challenges daily. But helping startups, helping our community should be our goal, should be our focus. With equal accessibility, with diversity and many agendas we are actually facing every day. We are waking up to new challenges every day. But we shouldn't forget the focus and the core element, helping our community, I must say.
Bravo. Thank you very much. Cool. All right. That was the inspiration. All right, so hopefully you've had some coffee, and so now you've had some inspiration. We're going to ask, and yes, I'm all ears. Jolly good. All right, cool. So the coffee and the food that you weren't allowed to bring in here is right out there, and we encourage you to eat an awful lot of it and help them make a bit of money. It's all environmental. It all matches the goals and the impactness of this event. Back to what I was saying just before. All right, so the task now is that all of us around the edges that are on our telephones or helping keep the walls standing, boom, we'd like you to join in the conversation. You guys over there, back to exactly you, yeah, the way I'm looking at you, yep. Grab a seat at one of the tables. All right, this is where I need you to step forward. In 3, 2, 1. Boom. Pick up your bags and start moving forwards. All right? Oh, God, this is so uncomfortable. It's so not Danish. Well, guess what? Today we're going to ask you to be a little less Danish, all right? Over in southern Sweden, we're working like, yeah, this is it. Run for the door. Oh, my God, somebody might ask my opinion. You might have to share. You might have to help save the planet. We want you to be a little more Zlatan, all right? The southern Sweden. Really? We're all leaving now? This is the part where we need you to sit down. You're walking out the door. I hope you feel the shame I am sending. For those of you that are staying, I'd like you to engage. This table with 3. How about you join this table with 5? Right? You can look at your, and you can take the phone with you. It's all right. Okay? But we need you to engage. You're going to take half an hour. Share with each other what you think. But that was a little depressing how they all ran. You with the long hair in the door. Yes, you. Both of you. Exactly. Come join the table. The 3 ladies in the back. The one that stopped when I said the word shame. Yes, in the blue overcoat. Yes, you. Exactly you. Mia, quit talking to your buddy and come talk to somebody you haven't met yet. Go, go, go. Don't let me interrupt you. With the green bag, walking out the door right now. Yeah. All right. Good. So we got an example of the directness. Get at it. I'll be back.
Hello. Good morning or good midday. We are happy to be here. My name is Sanny Olesen. I am head of communication in the European Commission here in Denmark. We have a little representation. And normally I was supposed to be the moderator for something which is different from what I do, because the speaker got ill yesterday. Yesterday, very late in the evening, so I'm very sorry. This is not my topic. It's just to cover EU with something. So it's really last minute. So I took lots of papers, and I'm sorry on my part. This is going to be a little bit nerdy and technocrat, but this is also how we are. But anyway, we in the European Commission, in the representation in Denmark, have a really strong green profile. So we do most information and communication about EU and green. EU Green Deal is one of the top priorities. Of course, since we have Margrethe Vestager also as our vice president, we also do digital. And lately, my job is also to do a lot about Ukraine and solidarity. But I will come back to me. With me, again, is Drew, who is a research...
I'm a master's student at DTU, pursuing environmental engineering. Yeah. And I work under the domain of waste management, resource recovery. So this was a really interesting panel for me. But at the same time, it's a bit disappointment that the person who was supposed to be a speaker is not here. But I guess we'll carry on. and yeah, so I'm here to present my views and to listen what's going on around from the EU side as well, and the technological limitations we have when we talk about circular resource management. And I mean, it's going to be an interesting panel. Yeah.
I'm sorry for Drew. He said it's his first time on the stage.
This is my first time. That's true.
Because he's an expert on what my speaker knew something about, and I don't know anything about what I'm talking about. But anyhow, we'll make the best. Look, EU as such is a driver for Green Deal. In the Commission, here in Denmark, we do a lot on this topic, but we are not specialists to all of it. We are so much focused and so much kind of on for Green Deal, green development, that you may know that the president of the EU came to Denmark again, because he was here before, but he came last week to launch this energy center in Esbjerg for wind energy, together with other high-level persons. Actually, 100 high-level persons met in Esbjerg, and this is quite unusual. It's only the second time in Denmark that we have her on visit. It kind of lays down the representation I work for, because it's a lot of work. But I mean, it really means that Denmark is kind of the lighthouse for green development as such. And when we, in the little commission representation I work for, when we communicate green, we are always a bit worried about Denmark being ahead of the other EU countries. Kind of that we are making all this, but many Danish companies will say, yes, that's fine, but we are already there. Therefore, today, my speaker originally should have talked about circular economy and biotechnology in a very advanced way, but as I said, he got sick and I can't do his presentations because it's far too nerdy. Instead, I will do something on the LIFE program a little bit, because what is interesting with the EU is both our policies, but of course also all the areas where there is financing. Are you interested in financing? Kind of, yeah? I should have chosen this topic originally. But we were very much taken into this aspect of regeneration, so I would have liked to do something on regeneration and biotechnology. Anyway, I'm a Commission nerd, but before my career, actually I only joined the Commission when I was 42 years old, but before that I was a lobbyist, a money-searching, money-hunting lobbyist. That's why I always think these programs are interesting. And with all the policies, the President's visits, it still is very interesting to see where the money are. And the LIFE program is our program for improving environmental affairs and climate. It's actually the only pure program doing this only. We have other programs like Interreg or Horizon. Interreg is inter-regional projects, can also cover part of something on regeneration or circular economy. And Horizon is the research program, which also has aspects which is relevant. But today I will just give you a little brief about the LIFE program. So the LIFE program has been on since '92, and there are a lot of funds in it. I read this quickly, so I'm not sure quite which the newest call will have. There has been a new call in 17th of May, if I'm not mistaken from what I read. So it's quite new, it's very interesting. You don't even have to go to the EU to find out more about the LIFE program, because it's managed by Miljøstyrelsen, the agency for environment in Denmark. And this morning I was so lucky to speak with some of the people administrating this, and I found out a lot of interesting things for you, but I will come back to that. So the LIFE program has been going on for years, and it's a clear focus now to have good applications for LIFE, the LIFE program, especially because we are putting forward the European Green Deal, etc. It has sort of 4 sub-programs. The first is the sub-program for nature and biodiversity. And when I looked into this again with very little time, my understanding of the LIFE program is mainly there. I think these are these Natura projects, the forest rescue projects, some of them a bit disputed in Denmark, they are there. Many of them very interesting under the LIFE and Nature and Biodiversity program. Certain birds, certain frogs have been saved, but it's kind of public interest in nature and biodiversity which drives that part. Second part I found, and I didn't know that, it's just because I read it quickly, I actually think it's extremely interesting to the audience who's here, and it's linking really to the subject we were supposed to cover. That's called the sub-program of LIFE on circular economy and quality of life. And it's ample. It covers recovery of resources from waste, circular economy and environment, air quality legislation, industrial emissions directive, water quality and quantity, maritime and coastal water management, water services, soil, noise, chemicals, and environmental good governance. I think, and then finally something I worked a bit on called New European Bauhaus, which is a new architectural way to design sustainable. I think actually looking into this again with a very limit that I haven't had a lot of time, I think there could be a lot of interesting stuff for you to look at here. And I brought the papers so we can look in detail after this little session in a workshop live, in a kind of workshop manner. So that is the second. When I talk with the persons who really administrate LIFE program in Denmark every day, they said they are really in high demands of applications here. On circular economy projects and quality of life. So come back to that. The third is climate mitigation and adaptation. So it's climate change adaptations of all kinds, but that's a little bit more abstract, I think, for you as a group. And finally, fourth sub-program is on clean energy transition, also highly relevant, but I'm not sure who you are, but it will be relevant for some of the stakeholders here, if I'm not mistaken, when I look at the other topics here. So it would be building systems, policy frameworks supporting the clean energy transition, etc., in various ways. You see here, capacity building in public authorities, supporting and enabling provisions of EU legislation and strategies, and governance and support to EU policymaking. When you hear this, most project financing is kind of also our way in the Commission, in the Member States, to play with things and see how it works. Sometimes EU is sponsoring pilot projects to test something. For instance, for circular economy. And therefore, the LIFE program is interesting for people who are entrepreneurs and wanting to set up new systems, new ways of thinking in a smaller scale than maybe the big Horizon research program. So this is interesting for you. The LIFE program, as I said, can be, you can find a lot about it on the homepage of this environmental agency, which is in Denmark. These people, if you are Danish, speak Danish, they are there to help you. So they should have been here today. Unfortunately, I invited a guy from EA who fell sick. But it's interesting to contact them. Something which is more interesting even with the LIFE program is that normally for many EU projects, you have to have partners. You can't just apply from Denmark or from Holland or something. But actually, I checked that for the LIFE program, you can actually apply on a national basis. Of course, it's always good when you do projects to have your ideas and have kind of stakeholders involved. But you are here. I think you already have kind of networks. So this would be really, really good. Further details are, of course, in the whole, all these papers which I brought, which we can look at. Second, which is extremely interesting, actually, and I know that as a lobbyist, former lobbyist who hunted money, is that normally the funding, the subvention from EU side is 60%. Normally, actually, it will be around 50%, but here it's 60%, and sometimes even higher. That is a good score. That's very high. It should make it interesting. Also knowing that at times you can have your own salary cost, etc., counted in the 40% which you will deliver for a project, etc. So I think that's interesting. I don't have much more unless we should go down and discuss details in all this. But there has been a call in May. There's a lot of attention around it. The Miljøstyrelsen is eager, and I know 6th, 7th, and 8th June, the various lobbyist offices, the regional lobbyist offices in Denmark, will do sessions on each of the strands of the LIFE program. These lobbyist offices was such one I belonged to once, and they are around in the country. If you need help, or you search, or you contact the Miljøstyrelsen to find out, it's free to participate. And I really think, especially on the second part, the sub-program on circular economy and quality of life, it's so broad, and it actually, if you were interested in circular economy and the speech, I think you really should be interested in that. I must say, I myself, as new in detail to this part of the stage of the LIFE program, I got quite enthusiastic about this. So what I will do after this session is to meet up with the people in Miljøstyrelsen and see what we can do more, maybe to send out more information to you, because I think it's really more interesting than I thought. Also, if you compare it, as I said, with other project applications to the EU, 60% is good, and the fact that you don't need to be in partners over the borders, that makes it easier, and there is help to get. So I think I will close down here and wait for your more detailed questions and hope that I will be able to find it. I put a lot of quick things in this paper thing. So, Drew, do you have, and I'm sorry again for putting you on this. So I will give him the overview I have from my system.
I mean, I think we can start this as an interactive panel, sort of. It would be interesting to get the views from the audience as well.
Yes.
And meantime, we can also have a constructive discussion about the problems and the various aspects which we have in circular resource economy. So, okay, I'll kickstart the discussion. So, I'm a master's student at DTU, and I see, like, to make our society self-sustainable, we have to find the value of our waste. So, giving my background, I come from India, and the very unique thing which I found about the Denmark was the PAN system. So, your plastic waste and metal cans gets sorted automatically, and at the same time, you get money back from doing so. So you have an incentive to sort your own waste, which is essentially the idea to create a sustainable economy as well, right? So we take care of the environment and we incentivize the people to do so. So and that's a really interesting case study which I noticed. But at the same time, it also depends on the waste type, right? So when you think about plastic waste, we can always upcycle or downcycle it. But from technological perspective, whenever you recycle the plastic, it loses its technological utility, sort of. So the example of it is, the hard plastic, which has a life cycle of 20 years, and when it gets destroyed and you want to recycle it, the quality of it degrades. And in that process, you get a chunks of microplastics, which again are hard to track. And that's a really interesting thing, right? Because you don't want that for environment, first of all, because microplastic have been found in human blood in Netherlands in the recent study. But yeah, that's scary part. But at the same time, it does open a good door for the discussion of circular resource economy and how do we want to handle it? How do we want to incentivize it? So, I mean, do you guys have any views on this? It would be interesting to see what are your views. Anyone? Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
can you introduce yourself and?
Sorry.
Can you introduce yourself and then yeah.
So, hi everyone. My name is Francisco. I also studied at DTU.
Nice.
And I think it's really interesting to see. I was introduced to the topic of sustainability here in Denmark, and I learned. I learned from the university and also from different organizations. And it's really interesting to see that, as you were saying, the balanced system of managing the waste. And it's true, it's really amazing on how waste is managed here compared to other countries. However, I still think that we need to address the issue with more upstream solutions, to look into really closing the tap, because if we look at the consumption levels of Denmark, I saw it somewhere, but I think it's around equivalent to 4 planets that we need in order to be able to sustain our consumption. And that's a really big issue if we extrapolate that to the whole planet.
Yeah.
So I think the solutions really need to be focused upstream, trying to reduce that extra consumption that we are having. So yeah, that's the big challenge because it goes against many of the financial incentives that we have in our societies. So yeah, I'll just stop here, but
Well,
yeah.
Thank you for your take. Well, I agree with you, and the consumption level of Denmark is really high.
Yeah.
And coming from India, I could say this: Denmark has developed at that level that they can address issues like waste management more in a good way. Because in India, in developing countries, we have far more issues. The priority of the waste management comes way later because people still lives below poverty line, so that's a whole different challenge there. But yeah, you are right. And in Denmark, so there is this one also interesting thing about environmental economics. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the course which I did this previous semester. So we had a concept of Knud's curve, which is the spelling, it's case silent, it's Knud's curve. And what happens is, so he's an economist and he derived the relationship between the developing countries or developed countries and at what expense they have been developed. So the interesting result from that study is that from that curve is that the best way to more environmentally sustainable is to get rich. Then you would be able to address the issues, environmental issues on much large scale and in a much optimized manner. Because if you are still a developing country, it's hard to prioritize those issues as a primary because for development you have to have some emissions, and that's where the coexistence of environment and human society comes in. So that was my take on the discussion. Anyone else would like to? Yeah. Can we have the mic, please?
Hi, my name is Teresa. I'm not sure if I agree with that you need to be rich in order to deal with waste or waste management. And I just speaking from personal experience, I lived with my grandparents as an adult about 10 years ago, and my response to any problem that they had was to buy something. If my grandmother was having trouble with her broom, then I would say, let me buy you a new broom. Whereas her response was, let me just use the broom differently, or let me just sweep more. And I think as our generation, we grew up in a very consumption-driven society where our first solution is to buy something to fix a problem. As opposed to in maybe a poorer generation, they just had to adapt and fix the problem with what they had. So I'm not sure if wealth, a rich country can address a problem, with more resources, sure. But in terms of the mindset and the mentality, I think it is two very different ones. So I don't know. I think I agree with his point about how we need to find a way to not consume as much, but that there's no financial incentives involved in that. So it will be really hard to figure out a way to address waste without also addressing consumption.
Yeah, that's a really interesting perspective because that's where we get the creative solutions, right? So, the whole capitalistic model works on consumerism. And when from individual perspective, when you don't have enough resources to buy things, you get creative and you use things which are around you. And yeah, I agree with you. That's a pretty good example. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert here, but I fully agree with what you said. I think we try sometimes to solve things, also in my family, by buying new things. I'm also, again, as a non-expert, I'm so frustrated when my things stop working, because it costs so much in Denmark to have it repaired that at times it's easier to just throw it away, and it's so frustrating. Actually, today I bought an electric car, and I have driven a Golf Plus for 13 years, and it stopped kind of working, and a fire was coming out in the front. So I left it with a garage, and today, actually, I sold it for free, for nothing, really, 5,000 crowns. But at least he's going to invest and make it work again, which is kind of, but I lost a lot of money. But I mean, he promised me. It's kind of, I like also this, that you can circulate. It's so obvious. Something is completely irrelevant maybe, but I'm so annoyed I'm running a household with 4 other persons, and we eat many vegetables. I'm so annoyed with all this, having them in plastic, and I mean, it's so annoying. For instance, these tomatoes, I mean, why do I have to buy them in plastic always? It's like, and they don't really exist without plastic. I mean, so now I'm growing my own, but it takes time before they get ready. But I think we have a lot of frustrations, yeah. But what I realize also as just running my own household, that in Denmark there is a certain trend now for more changing of things. I mean, kind of finding out whether somebody else has a part for your machine for mowing the lawn or something if it's broken. It's getting more and more usual, actually, which is a good thing, like you do in poorer countries. But to be frank, I mean, I don't deal life or something, but for instance, I'm involved in the Danish tour, where we are promoting EU and Green Deal, and I was actually quite disgusted when I realized the figures about Danish consumption, because we were checking how green are the Danes actually, because we bike a lot in Denmark, but we also consume a lot, much more than average, and probably also me. But I mean, I didn't know it was that high. I didn't take the figures, but so we are a little bit afraid. I mean, we usually in the EU we claim that Denmark is kind of over the top, and we would have liked to put that a little bit more in front, like the Danes was an idea, but we can't, because Denmark is not that green in all instances, actually, when you do really look at the figures. Yeah. Do you have more? Does any one of you, are any one of you interested in doing life circular projects, or are you doing things? Any interest? I mean, yeah, we come with some input. Who? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, can you hear me over there? Yeah. My name is also Francisco, and I think we come from the same country. But basically, my background is in tourism, so basically it's an industry that sometimes is hard to try to see how you manage the residues of any travels and so on to kind of like put it into the circular economy and resources as well, and especially when it comes to consumption as well. So one example that popped in my mind is the airport in Amsterdam, for example, has an agreement with Philips about all the electricity that they have at the airport, and it's basically the agreement that they have is that Philips has to provide for the service, so they care that the service that they provide lasts the longest. So they actually increases the life of the service that they bring, and then if there is any bulb that basically goes off or so on, they need to provide the service. So it's not the airport authorities that they have to buy the service and consume it, but basically it's in the interest of Philips to basically make the service last the longest. So then you kind of like take care of the residue, and you minimize the impact as well. Yeah. So yeah, it's very hard to find examples like this one in this particular industry, but the idea is, and I think it's becoming more regenerative when it comes to the impact that you have in the communities, and then how you circulate the economy and the finances that the community has to offer for the travelers, that they just go there once most of the time, and then they basically just create this sort of community that they will come back and then have a different impact on it. But yeah, it was just to add up a little bit of the example that popped in my head. So thanks for that.
Do you have any comments? I mean, it's a good idea.
Yeah, I didn't know about this Amsterdam electricity, like how they use it. You told me, so that's something new for me actually, and I'm going to look into it. So thank you.
I think it's extremely positive. I mean, it would be an added thing for me, investing in some technology, knowing that it had a longer life cycle. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think many people wants to just throw away and buy something new, actually. Yeah.
Can we have mic to that gentleman?
Yeah. Could you keep me going? Good yours.
Hi, I'm Andre, the founder and CEO of a project called Habitats, and we work with solitary bees, bee conservation. And we looked into the issue of like how do we design nesting shelters for solitary bees from an upcycling perspective, and we're contemplating using plastics to reach it as a way of upcycling, but just totally backed off from it exactly because of microplastics, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's also like important that when you think about designs, when you think about doing new projects, that you think in what kind of materials you're working with.
Yeah.
Now we work with upcycling of wood waste from a flooring company to do our designs. And in that sense, I think it's a lot more. It's really important that we also like have the message out there, because I think there's like a big plastic industry that's pushing a message of using plastics in new products that will just create more microplastics. So it's a big issue in that sense, which is a brief comment on that.
Yeah.
Nice, thank you. Yeah. That was really interesting. So you are using plastics for beehives?
No, we're not using plastics. We opted out of using plastics and went into
Because of
surplus wood.
Mm-hmm.
Wood waste from wood industry.
So okay. So
So making a conscious choice to avoid plastics in new products.
and so, but what about the economics? Because
Of course, it's a lot more expensive.
yeah.
Something in wood, then you just punch it out with a plastic mold. But that's a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how the market shift will take place, right? Because when you talk about, in a way, you are paying premium to get the price lower of the wood. Because I mean, how do you monetize environmental impacts from the plastic, right? We don't have that in our system currently, so nobody really cares as far as it's cheap. So that's the huge problem which we have, which we even encounter in environmental economics as well. I mean, it's hard to monetize impacts like these when the impact is after 50 or 100 years, because in your lifetime you don't really care, and it's just a bitter truth. So
Yeah, exactly. In that sense, we have to think in terms of time.
Yeah.
It's important. Bring in sustainability and the upside.
Yeah, I agree, and thanks for taking that initiative from your side and being a CEO. That's a really cool thing to do.
Yeah. And come back to us if life or something can help.
And that's where the policies comes in, right? Like they try to shift the market in the right direction. I mean, that's where the EU and
Yeah, I didn't prepare that for today, but we did a lot of on plastics actually to eliminate it. And I must say, I mean, just in my lifespan, when I was young, I mean, everyone used plastic. I mean, and I think there was no feelings about it. It was just usual. My mother, she loved plastic. She thought it was so practical. Really, she really loved it. And I think there is a major change in the attitude of people now, luckily. So that's a good thing in the first place. But we have done a lot of plastic from the EU to try to eliminate it, but of course it's not enough. Yeah. Any more? Wow.
Yeah, I just want to add another perspective. Like sometimes, we say so many negative things about plastics, especially today. But we think of substitution of materials.
Yeah.
For example, the plastic bag.
Yeah.
And then we bring the paper bag. And many people start thinking, okay, this is maybe a good solution. But if we look into the environmental impacts, then in the CO2 footprint, it may even be higher. So this also, again, poses a challenge of, okay, we substitute a material with another one which is as bad or maybe even worse. So I think, again, I want to reiterate the importance of reutilizing the materials that we already have in our societies. Like they try to make them as durable as possible, try to have them as long term as possible, because this is what is gonna reduce the consumption of new materials and new products.
Yeah.
And so, and again, it comes down to the circular economy that we need to really prioritize in those our activities which are on top, starting from reduce or eliminate, all the way down to reuse, and recycling. It has to be seen as a last option. And so, that's the view I would like to share.
Great. Yeah.
And you had something to say as well? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dieter Carstensen. I'm an independent consultant. I'm completely new to this area. So my question now is going to be very banal, and I apologize for this in advance. But just one comment around the plastic thing. I used to work for the Lego Group, and they invested a lot of billions into identifying alternatives to classic plastic and whatever. But they're nowhere close, I guess, to find something that is not, or that is equally strong and cost-effective and all the way down there. But I think if I go to the supermarket and need to buy a glass of honey, and I have to pay 10 because it's sustainable all the way through, or I have to pay 5 for something that's not, then where do I put my money? If I am cash-strapped, then I have to buy the one for 5, because otherwise I can't buy the milk or the bread that I also need. So how can you incentivize or de-incentivize the use of plastic? Because one thing is incentivizing the use of plastic, or not the use of plastic in products in any kind of production, and that can be, of course, sustained by projects and funding and what have you. But if you're taxing plastic, the use of plastic, like you do in the supermarket, if you have to buy a plastic bag, you have to pay 4 or 5 krona, whatever. I bring my own bag. People, they bring their own bags today. They didn't do this for 2 or 3 years ago. Now they have to pay. Okay, if I have to pay, then I don't want to do it. So you need to push somewhere where it really hurts. And the only thing that really hurts today, I'm sorry to say, it's the money part. You can't drive it otherwise. I don't believe you can. I would like to see, I would hope it do. I believe in humanity, but end of the day, if I have to pay 10 or 5, I go for 5. I have to. My question, that's just my thought there. You're studying these issues. So if I come from planet where I come from, planet somewhere else, and I need to, this is my first introduction, what are the 2 things I really need to focus on to make a change? Society, people, companies, are there 2 things? I'm not going to give you 3, but I'm not going to give you 1 either, so 2. And is it, what are the barriers to achieve this, and how do you overcome it? So what can we do? We're looking for projects, EU Commission, they want to fund a lot of projects in circular economy and so forth. Give us a hint, where do we need to find the money?
Sure. So the question which you asked really reminds me of the book which is written by Bill Gates, and the name is How to Avoid Climate Disaster. And in that book, I realized that to address the issue of circular economy and environmental challenges which we are facing right now, we need to bring policies and engineering together. Because you rightly pointed it out, like the plastic is cheaper. It's because of the decades of policies which have shaped the plastic industry and brought the price down of the products itself, that it's like the virgin plastic is cheaper than the recycled plastic, and we need the market to transition, to change towards the use of recycling plastic, as this guy rightly said so. But yeah, so the thing is, the change which we are seeking is like instant, but that's not how market works. I realized through reading that book, and in that book he also said that we need to pay some premiums which if you can as an individual, to transition the market in the long term. So the difference between 5 krona and 10 krona bottle is that you're paying 5 krona premium for the future's sake, but you can only do that if as an individual you have enough resource. That's fair enough, that's true. Yeah, so and that's where the government comes in, and they subsidize, and also, I'm just going through.
Levy.
Yeah. So there is one principle which there is one policy type which is usually being implemented to make sure the price, the consumer pay the price for the pollution which is happening from the product. It's called polluter pays principle. So, for example, you talked about 2 different types of bottles, and one is made of plastic, and it's cheaper. So in that case, governments try to make policies as such that the production of those bottles is expensive to the company. So they make the company pay the price for the pollution which they are making. And then, of course, demand drives the market as well, and that's where the consumer side comes in. So that's an interesting perspective, and that's an interesting way to handle the plastic pollution, for example. And this can apply to many other case studies or infrastructure which we have in our industry, like when we extract the fossil fuels, when we do deforestation for development. So government put prices on those projects and try to make it expensive so that we make sure that we are moving towards green transition, and puts boundaries in a market in such a way that it's not exploited on large scale. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an open question as well. And
can you repeat the title of the book? Because I didn't.
The title is How to Avoid Climate Disaster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're always fighting against big corporations who have a lot of interest in
Yeah.
changing their business models, and that also leads to unemployment because they need to close factories in high-cost labor country. I mean, nothing is for free. There is really no free access, but the pain that we need to go through is a generation journey.
Yeah.
It's not only
No.
one elected official to the next.
Fully agree. Yeah.
I'm of the old generation. Younger people, my kids, they are 13 teenagers today. They give me the finger and do all kinds of weird stuff if I do the wrong thing. Do I change my behavior? I don't know. Slowly.
Yeah.
So it takes a generation, but there has to be incentives that pushes it, that shows government has, I'm using a Spanish word, cojones, to actually be bold enough to stand up and do it. And I lack that kind of political leadership today. And I think it's all good we meet here to talk today, but at the end of the day, money talks.
Yeah. Maybe can. Sorry.
Something like we probably also just have to somehow lower our expectations on return on investment the way that the market runs now, right? And I think that's like super important. If we want to think about like this transition and make it happen, then our expectations for return on investment have to be lower and has to be more, have a long-term, So I think that's also like an important aspect to bring into the equation, yeah?
Maybe can I supplement? I have also 3 adult kids, and they are very different. My son is an IT expert, datologist, and he doesn't really care about these things. My daughter in the middle is soon a lawyer, and a year ago, she actually said, because she works a lot, she doesn't cook, she said, well, I'm actually happy still that we can buy things in plastic takeaway because it's fast and convenient for me. And I thought, oof. And the little sister studies biology, and she knows all about all the living stuffs, and she hates plastic. And I did the same. I mean, I don't like plastics particularly. I really hated that. I mean, so these things take time. And why is it that the most, at least we don't take a lot of takeaway. I think it's very expensive. But the best takeaway is really in plastic. The sushi I prefer is in plastic. You can't even get it. I mean, and it's even expensive. So it's like, and the best coffee is still in plastic. It's not easy. And second, I mean, the Ukraine, the war, the crisis, the inflation, it's also, I mean, it's really not good for what we were building. Apart from the fact that we need to now strive for energy self-sufficiency and independence of Putin's gas. But I mean, all these things come on top of one another. We did a lot on green stuff, and I produced some reusable coffee mugs, and actually they were a bit useless under Corona because there were other issues. Plastic was more safe. I mean, so many challenges at once.
I mean,
yeah,
sure.
We don't.
Yeah.
One is about the profits that as a company
you may think of when you say, okay, how I address the products that I have, if they're as sustainable or if I just care about the profit and so on. Sometimes because of the incentives that the government may give to certain industries and so on, or products that you decide to, I don't know, in agriculture, for example, there is a lot of mono-agriculture, but at the same time you have, when it comes to regenerative agriculture, it can be more profitable, even though you have less subsidized from the government. And when it comes to consumption, I think it's kind of like money talks, I agree, but at the same time, if I look at a lemon that costs 5 krona or one that costs 10 krona, probably more than that, but I think more, like, at least nowadays, it's what people care the most is, okay, what I'm actually feeding my body with. So, like, do I really care about the extra 5 krona that I have to put down if I'm going to be healthier in a way? So I think that's why it's super important to put the voice out there, like to kind of like have the consciousness of how do we consume, and then at the same time, what are the possibilities for having a most profitable regenerative business.
Yeah, thank you. So we are almost at the time clock here. So I'm just going to summarize up from my perspective the discussion which we had here, and I think it was really interesting as well. So take an example of plastic. Of course, we have good side and we have bad side of it, and at this stage, bad side counters the good side like at very huge rate. But when we talk about resources, we also have to look from historical perspective, from what like plastic came from which utility, and what's the history of whole plastic considering World War II and stuff. So and that's where the transitions in towards green economy comes in, because at that time this wasn't an issue at all, but now it's a huge issue, and we are seeing a significant steps taken towards it as well. So thank you for being here. Yeah. And contribute towards the acceleration of that transition from an individual level as much as you can. And we have seen people who are doing this here, so thank you, guys. And yeah, that's.
Yeah, I will also say thank you for leading us through this, and not least to Drew, who turned out to be a real expert now that the one we had speaking had left and turned us down. I mean, he was really having a foot which couldn't walk. I think next year we're going to do something on circular economy and maybe plastic and other things by other speakers, and more than one expert speaker. So thank you very much for keeping us going. Come back if you have questions. We have another session later today by a real EU taxonomy expert in the same room, I believe, at 2:30. So happy to see you again if we haven't scared you. So. Yeah.
Feeling okay? Yes. Hungry? Thirsty? Need some coffee? No, it's okay. My name is Gerald. I will be moderating this session for the next 40 minutes or so on regenerative urban technology. So regenerating, when they asked me to do that session and moderate it, I was like, what is it? So I looked it up. Because I'm I'm not so fast. So for the past years, I always heard sustainable, sustainable, sustainability all over the place. So I was wondering, you know, what this is. I mean, regenerative seems to be the new buzzword. Everything is regenerative now. It also happens to be the theme of the Green Impact Week here, and I'm wondering, why is it? I mean, don't get me wrong, it sounds great, but I'm not so fast, as I said. So for the past years, I only heard sustainability, and it was almost that as sustainability was the new smart. So it was sustainable cities, and it was sustainable this, and it was sustainable that. But what now? Why is it now everything seems to be or getting regenerative? And I like to ask questions. Asking questions was actually what got me in the job. So I'm asking you a question now. We're not so many, so actually I think we don't even need the Slido thing that we set up. Let's just do that by hand. So we have been hearing about sustainable cities for the past, 10 years? Maybe? Maybe here in Copenhagen a bit more. But did we get anywhere near having sustainable cities on our planet or in Europe? So hands up if you think we're anywhere between 0 and 25% of where we should be. Okay. Hands up for those who think we're 50%. We're like halfway. Okay, one. More than 50% where we should be. Okay. No hand. Oh well, you know, that's actually the whole thing. So even though sustainability was all around the place for a decade or more, it seems we were not particularly good in achieving it or get anywhere near where we should be. And that's actually where regenerative comes into the picture, because the idea is quite differently. So with sustainability, we think about let's do less harm, and with regenerative, we think about let's actually do some good. So now from this point, the first thing that comes to my mind is, okay, so we kind of didn't get it done with sustainability. Why would we succeed in doing so with the even more aggressive idea and concept? So why should we succeed in that way? And I'm not an expert in the field, but actually that's my job to find it out from you guys to hear why we should get it right and if we can get it right. So let me just quickly introduce our speakers who will help us to shed some light on that question. Please welcome Nicole Leblanc she's partner from 2150 Venture Capital. Great that you're here. Next one is Michael Ambjorn he's managing director from PropTech Denmark. And Lisa Malner, she's commercial advisor at the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Welcome. I'm not really good in introducing you, so Nicole, maybe you want to start?
Hi, everybody.
Introduce yourself. Sure.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. Great to meet you all. So I am Canadian. I moved from Toronto to Copenhagen at the height of COVID in September 2020 to join 2150. And we invest in sustainable urban technologies. So the role that we play in really helping to build sustainable cities is to find technologies that can help real estate developers, that can help cities, that can help others really be able to implement these technologies that can reduce emissions as well as, be cost competitive. And it's really exciting. We invest across the globe. We've made 11 investments to date across everything from cement to biodiversity to modular housing kind of solutions and that sort of thing. So really excited to have this discussion today and to learn more. Hopefully the audience can participate a bit about some of the goals that you guys have.
Great, and Michael Ambjorn, I'm from PropTech Denmark. It's an association, and full disclosure, 2150 is a member of that association. In fact, there's quite a few members in the room, and we do what associations do best. We bring people together, and especially we do what's best when it comes to associations that are trying to push the future. So we are trying to bridge basically the divide between the established sector in property, the world's biggest asset class, the startups are coming in and innovating and so on, and then all the other civic society and other organizations out there. We bring them all together. We have 180 members so far. In fact, we put on more than 50 events throughout the year, and if you want to hear more about it, you can of course ask me afterwards, but we also have our community manager, Sina, here, who will be happy to help. But I'm also super excited about this because regenerative is a bit of a, I'll start with mindfuck, so there we go. You've got one.
Yeah, hi, I'm Lisa Malner, and I work with the Consular General of Denmark in New York. So really representing the super quick moving, super forward thinking bureaucrats of today who are responsible for completely changing society to being net zero. And I don't think we need this panel because the government's doing a super good job all around the world, right? We're like #1. I help to commercialize technologies from Denmark to New York within the sectors of prop tech, urban tech, green build, basically all the things that we need to try to make New York a net zero city. And I'm also looking forward to having this panel and discussing, we all represent quite different segments working on this topic, so I think we have quite a lot to discuss.
Well, great. Then let me just throw in the first question already. So, what?
Just quickly mention Gerald. I don't think you mentioned your background.
I'm not so important. You guys are the experts. No, that's okay. Okay. My name is Gerald. I'm co-founder of Urban Future, which is a conference actually similar to Green Impact Week. And what we do is we basically take an urban event and we cut out all the bullshit and we are asking very straightforward, okay, what has been done, what worked, what didn't? That's it. That's what Urban Future does. Well, okay. So we're now moving from sustainability to regenerative. We didn't get sustainability quite right yet. So I'm wondering what kind of radical change do we actually need if we want to make that work and really want to create regenerative cities? Let's hear. What do you think from an investment side? Nicole, I mean, you're investing in businesses. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they kind of run, you know, on making money and selling things or services. So in your point of view, what kind of transition or transformation needs to take place?
So what's interesting, I have a couple of points I think on this. What's interesting in venture capital is that venture capital is different from sort of like regular investing in the sense that it changes like the time element of things. Because how a venture capital fund works is we have investors and then we take their money and we invest it in technology companies that are basically scaling up and to the right. So this hockey stick growth curve. And if we invest in just regular cool technologies that are continually iterating but not necessarily on that hockey stick growth curve, we will not be successful because we have to give, you know, our investors back their money, and it has to do better than the markets. Otherwise they would have just put it in the market, right? And so it's high risk, high reward. So we're looking for these really, really disruptive companies. And so these disruptive companies have to do something very fast yesterday, and they have to make huge impacts, and they have to basically be able to gain this momentum. And so there's this sort of rule of thumb for startups that are in kind of more of the, you know, like a SaaS or just a software type company, and we call it triple double, where they have to triple their growth every year. First year, triple, second year, and then double again. So it's like it's that scale of growth. So from an impact perspective, that's interesting because they actually have to work with, in kind of this field, with more traditional stakeholders who aren't used to this crazy amount of growth. And so it's this really interesting engagement and level of conversation when you have this cement company coming in and saying, you know, we actually have a solution to grow cement using bacteria, and this is how it works, and we want you to blow it through your entire portfolio, and here's how much it costs, and here's how we're going to do it. And then, you know, kind of a developer that's not used to having necessarily that conversation, oh, well, we'll try it here first, and if it works, and we understand the IRR on our project and how it fits in, then we'll go to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, but not necessarily able to move at that speed. So it's almost like you have, you know, two ships in like different universes trying to basically get in sync together so that, you know, one will slow down enough for the other one to catch up, and not necessarily being able to kind of like figure out how to do that at the same time. So from that investment technology perspective, I would say that's maybe the one point that I wanted to kind of get across, is that startups are, you know, there's lots of really great technology out there, but startups are different because it has to move so fast in order for it to hit the growth curve to give, you know, the economic return that their whole kind of company is structured around.
Okay, but let me hook in here for a second. So we're talking about technology that is changing the world, but is the system behind it in any way changing along the way? I mean, you're talking about profit, you're talking about tripling, doubling. You know, we heard that for a long time in the financial sector. How are you approaching this in a different way? So in, I would say, this area that we're all, you know, trying to basically figure out how to solve the climate crisis and save the world, what's really interesting, you know, I was actually just on a call earlier this morning, you know, how is your industry being affected by the economic crisis, by the war in Ukraine, by all of these different factors? The IPO market, or the public markets are, you know, not doing that great right now. And so how are your companies adjusting, and how are you going to approach that? So it's really interesting in, I would say, our sector here, is that there's a number of factors. Governments are actually coming online and being very, very active and spending a lot of time thinking about sustainability and climate and how to make sure that these things get improved. Startups, so or corporates, so probably a lot of the partners that are involved with you, real estate developers, larger corporations, actually have sustainability plans that are actionable now. Right? And so these aren't just, I'm going to, you know, be more green. It's, I'm actually going to be net zero by 2030. And here are the steps in which we are going to do it, and here's the infrastructure behind. So I would say the progressive governments and the progressive corporates are really starting to put actionable plans in place, which is great for startups, because startups have been kind of like waving this flag, you know, for years, and now the infrastructure is starting to come in place, and so the progressive groups are able to then work with the startups. Then hopefully everybody will, you know, start to come along who maybe wasn't necessarily a first mover. So it's coming. It's coming. All right. Mika.
I could maybe add a couple of things to that. So in this room, who has a pension of some sort? Pension plan, meaning you're not getting it paid out right now. I don't think necessarily. There's one gentleman there. But if you are actually paid taxes in Denmark, which means that you're working, you are, if nothing else, paying into something called ATP, which is one of the biggest pension funds in Denmark. And that means that you are actually, in some ways, an indirect owner of lots and lots of property assets in Denmark. And the pension funds are basically taking this incredibly seriously. And it's an example of a different type of investor that might have a longer range objective than you might be looking for in the VC market. And also one that might be looking for not just the quick return and the impact, but the long range setup. And so one of the things that we do is bring people like that together. So we have almost all the pension funds in Denmark as members, and we help them broker the interaction in part with other investors so they can share notes and so on, but also with startups and so on, who can basically come in and basically disrupt what is a super conservative industry, right? It's an industry that is dominated by, with apologies to the gentleman in the blue suit, suits and ties and so on. And also for the last 10 years, there's been kind of, since the last financial crisis, a little bit of complacency because things have basically been going up. And with all the things that Nicole mentioned, all the changes in the world with regards to conflicts and whatever else, those returns are not as given. So there's multiple pressures there. Now, just before handing over to Lisa, I just want to define a couple of things just to make sure that I've understood when you talked about sustainability and the difference between being regenerative. Sustainability, first of all, who's come across the Sustainable Development Goals in this room? Most of you have, right? So if we fulfill all of those, and by the way, there's 17 of them, and if we fulfill all of them, many of them actually work against each other. So actually, we might not hope to fulfill them all because they can't actually all be fulfilled without sort of being mutually exclusive, so to speak. But even if we do that, we kind of reset to zero to an extent. But what we actually need to do is go beyond that. So there's a whole step beyond basically stopping doing harm, because that's actually, to a large extent, what they're about. And we actually need to get into the regenerative setup. And the regenerative is, as the word implies, a bit like in nature, like the forest grows back after a forest fire, or every spring the apple brings new apples, and so on. And I want to invite you to think about it a little bit like a metaphor. At the moment, our approach as humanity is a bit like a credit card company, right? So we've hooked in, and then we have compounding interest running. And unfortunately, that compounding interest is not in our favor. And what we have the opportunity to do with some of these disruptive technologies is to reverse that approach and actually start building something up rather than drawing something down. Oh, careful, there's a whole drawdown analogy. We can look that up later. But before I get into any more trouble, I'll pass on to Lisa.
Sure. Well, the question was what needs to fundamentally change, right, in order to bring more regenerative urban technology so that we can all reach our goals. And you talked about, progressive VCs are looking to scale the most regenerative companies, and you're looking to kind of change how the old guys in blue suits look at sustainability. And of course, Denmark has a quite progressive government that has a lot of incentives to try to make things more green. And also New York City now has been trying to make things more green with, for example, we have a law that New York City should be sustainable by all the buildings by 2030. But ultimately, if you, for example, took one of the top startups here that's making regenerative technology in that room over there, and you brought them to New York, and they tried to fundraise from, no offense, most New York VCs, and they tried to reach most American customers, and they said, we are the most sustainable solution you will find in this space. They'll say, so what? Is it cheaper? Is it faster? I don't care about sustainability. That's not even like on the top part of the slide deck. That's like maybe this little check mark at the bottom, and maybe it's kind of nice for the marketing later on, maybe for some of the Gen Z woke people. But the mindset is that there's really not a big interest in sustainability, either from the investors or the consumers. And the governments are, those things will take some time. So I guess the answer to the question is a total mindset change. And all of us in this room are already ahead of the game just by being interested in it. But I would say that we don't represent the majority of the consumers or the investors, right?
We have a portfolio company that is in the cement space, and they started selling in the Midwest US where green was a bad word, and that's what they went in with. We're like, hey, we have this really cool technology. We actually insert CO2 into concrete. It reduces the amount, it reduces your cost by X amount. They didn't say it reduces your emissions by X amount. They basically said it reduces your cost. They sold to concrete manufacturers. It was wonderful. And then after they were done, oh, by the way, this thing, like this LEED certification that sometimes you guys are like looking at? Well, you actually qualify for this component of it will actually feed into it. So if you were interested in maybe getting that certification because maybe you can get higher rents or higher sale prices or things like that, FYI, it's just kind of there. And they actually got great uptake by just taking that approach. That was the only way they could actually get in front of customers.
And if I could maybe just build on it, so you're absolutely right that it's not a majority view just yet, but there are a set of things. I think they mentioned from the stage before there'll be a panel on the EU taxonomy that will change the shape of financing across Europe. If you haven't come across the taxonomy yet, just look it up. It will be probably outside your daily sphere unless you are in a financial institution, but eventually those effects will ripple through. And then the other example is a data point. So you're right that even amongst the people who are saying it's very important to them, so the Danes, for example, so we recently published a report in collaboration with Colliers where we looked at the attitude towards the major challenges across the market. It's called the 2022 Danish PropTech report, which in the Google or the Goggle or the Google should come up at the top, I hope. And in that, we find that people are saying that the green transition is their number one priority. And then when you look at what they actually spend their money on, unfortunately, it's not the green transition. But what we are seeing, which is a really important element, is we're seeing a double verification. Right? If you go and ask people who are spending money, will you spend more money on champagne next year? Who would say no, right? Because they would admit that you're not that exciting. So actually, of course, I'll spend more money on champagne next year. So asking people, will you spend more on green next year, is not necessarily an indicator of the truth, right? But asking the startups, are more people getting in touch to buy green solutions? Actually, that's a really good indicator of whether something is true, especially if you also have the other data point. And that's what we're seeing. So there is a little bit of glimmer of hope there somewhere.
So meaning we need to change the minds of everybody. So when we, in particular when we invest into, or when we're talking about new technology, isn't that kind of a contrast when we say, okay, everybody talks about money on one end and making returns and lower cost. And on the other side, we have new technologies, new ways of doing things, which are usually a bit more risky than doing what has already been done. Isn't that leaving a lot of startups fail simply because they don't get funding, because they might not have a cheaper version, but maybe a better solution for the overall problem?
So I think the one misconception about startups is that failure is bad. So failure is actually good in startups because it means you've tried something. And it's about, this guy in Montreal that I met once, he talked a lot about startup compost. So you need a whole bunch of startups to fail to be compost for the next batch of startups. And so it's not a bad thing to have failure. If you're not failing, it means you're not taking enough risk, you're not working fast enough, and I think that's okay. There's a whole lot of startups that won't get funded, and that's okay. And I think that's where the world, really needs to kind of have a little bit more, understanding of like, if you want innovation, you have to actually fail. If you look at some of like the biggest, kind of billionaires in the world, I'm sure they failed lots of times, right? And some of them very publicly. So I think you actually need to fail multiple times in order to do that. What's really hard is when you're talking about the infrastructure around who needs to adopt solutions in very conservative industries where, you can't have your building fail because then it falls over and people die. So like you can't have failure at that sense. So it's really interesting when you actually have these startups that need to grow fast and fail fast, working with these more traditional industries that can't have failure. And so how do you actually bring that together? I think that is definitely something that needs to be talked about a lot more.
I should not step back. There we go. So to build on that, so what we're seeing is an increase in the startups that want to work with large established players, whereas some years ago, quite a few were hoping to go out kind of on their own and disrupt the industry. The thing about urban technology is that it generally is very large scale, large infrastructure elements and so on, and also it is on purpose risk averse, right? When you are walking home later on, you don't hope to fall through the pavement, right? You are hoping that it will hold you up and the building won't fall down and so on and so forth. But we're actually seeing a significant increase, again, in our survey of people willing to do this. And back to the compost element there, if you think about basically how we got to where we are today, to borrow a phrase from Newton, right? We were standing on the shoulder of giants, and it is about basically learning, basically back to the scientific method of all the things that go wrong, and then allowing that to feed back in again. So I'm quite hopeful on that front.
Yeah, I'd say there are some interesting trends in terms of the role of government is actually to try to incentivize these businesses like the building industry that really can't tolerate failure and say, actually, you do need to experiment with new technologies, even though it doesn't have a 30-year window of data from back in the day that you can look at to make sure it's fail-safe. And one of the things that startups should take more advantage of is that governments now do want to work with startups, but the process to plug into that system as a startup, especially a Danish startup looking at a larger market, can be overwhelming. So if there's a request for proposal from the public housing sector in a major city, that's going to take, from the startup's perspective, maybe some skill sets they don't have in the house because they're like 4 PhDs in a basement. But if there's some sort of assistance for them where they can take the time to understand how to get into that process, they can be putting their new concrete solution into a real estate development of 300,000 people. So there is something that can be done to bridge that gap given the skills that we have on this panel.
Could I basically just jump in with some super practical examples, right? So out of New York, there's an initiative called the Clean Fight, for example. Really good example of an infrastructure that can help you to make major change. Obviously, I'm biased. I used to run an accelerator. There are some really good accelerator programs out there. That said, do your own due diligence and whatever else. And then in some cases, you have VC funds who actually also have access through their LPs, that's their limited partners, meaning the big investors. They have access to their portfolios of basically introducing technology there, which again speaks to Nicole's desire for the upper right-hand corner of that chart, right?
And also super practical. Right now, if you're a prop tech startup and you go onto the Economic Development Fund of New York City, there's a giant request for proposals for prop tech technologies. Totally not country specific. You can be from Denmark and apply to that. But how many startups here would know that they can actually get into this system?
I think that government and kind of big corporate procurement can be a huge game changer to that mindset change that was mentioned earlier, because that's just startups often just don't have the ability to be able to fill out long processes. They haven't been around for more than 2 years. Like all of the requirements and procurement processes often exclude them. So if you can find a way to have more innovative procurement, it can be a game changer.
Would you say that let me see, oops. Yeah. Would you say that generally for the tech companies, the way of doing business is changing in the way that, for example, collaboration becomes more and more important, in particular to overcome these challenges of being alone in a huge call, for example, or in a huge market where they're just too small as a single unit to be part of?
So it depends on the industry, but I would say within the built environment, things like concrete and steel, startups need partnerships because those are just big industries with huge capital, outlays required to often, produce those materials, certifications, legislation, those types of things. And so they really need big partners and, people around the table to make sure like those things actually take off. This is not an app or, a startup that you can kind of just launch out of somebody's basement. It actually needs lab space and testing and regulatory approval and big like brand name partners for that kind of element to make sure that it doesn't fail when it gets to a certain point.
I would add to that if you think of the oil industry of today, for example, it didn't come about in 5 days, right? Let alone 5 years. And actually, even today, there's huge subsidies to that industry. And there's a good case for basically looking at, for example, some of the REACT funds deployed by the EU following Corona and so on. They're actually going into some of this transition work. So it's not just through public procurement, it's also those wider programs and so on. But I think the key point is that it's in order to hook into very large infrastructure, you need a trusted partner. And there is again, to mention a couple of practical examples, it can be unsettling for an architect to sit down with somebody working with parametric design, for example, so they can basically generate 1,000 options where you maybe only have 10 sheets in your notepad, right? But the truth is that the parametric design is not replacing the architect. It's just widening the possibilities of inquiry and so on. It's also super intimidating for a civil engineer to realize that actually maybe somebody can do the calculations faster and cheaper than you. But trust me, in the end, you will probably need the civil engineer after all, because they'll need to certify the results and so on. So it's about basically these traditional industries being challenged and being open and welcoming to it. And in some cases, quite frankly, also getting rid of some administrative work that is of lower value that they've been making billable hours on, but actually could be better. That time could be better spent, right? To basically really draw on these highly educated, whether they are architects or engineers or whatever else.
And I'd also like to add that we're all speaking from the perspective of wealthy countries, but some of the most cutting-edge work in this space is born of necessity. So, for example, you've been talking about the building industry, so I'm sure you're aware that Iraq is one of the best places in the world for reusing construction materials, right? One of the major causes of waste is that after the building is demolished, what happens to the material? Because they couldn't import anything for so long, they now have an amazing system for reusing construction material. But of course, that's not really super well known outside of the country, so people don't see that this is maybe an innovative place we should be looking at for examples of best practice.
So when we're looking at these companies now, when you have a great idea for a regenerative business, how should you go about? Where do you start? Do you start with finding partners? Do you start going to one of the big players, trying to pitch there? What's the approach that you should be doing, or that you would suggest doing?
It all depends. One of the things I would say that if you do have to have a big corporate as a partner, a lot of them have acceleration programs and partnerships and things like that, so you can learn a lot by going through those programs. They really are, like they do have a line of sight to the core goals, to top management. They often, are, like a lot of these companies do really need sustainable solutions that they can actually implement, because they are, going to be held accountable to some of these net zero goals, and then figuring out what are they going to actually do after 2050. So I think if you do have to get in with a big corporate, there's lots of programs that way. The other thing is we work with startups, but not everything needs to be a startup either. We like it, and we think it's great, but there are also lots of ways to build really great companies, and venture capital isn't always the path for everybody. So being able to build a really great business doesn't mean to kind of solve the climate crisis, doesn't actually mean you have to be in a startup.
Do you actually see regenerative businesses or regenerative technology providers working on different business models than current companies do?
We do, right? So just to answer the previous question briefly, so the average sort of really good founder in this space is probably a little bit older than you might think if you read the press around Silicon Valley. They tend to be 35 plus. They tend to have a PhD, right? They also tend to be in love with their product, right? So they basically have come up with some widget or something like that, probably in a lab at DTU or another university, and they just love it. And it's just wonderful. Oh, it's so nice. Unfortunately, you actually won't make a business from being in love with this little box here, incidentally, a Tetra Pak, right? You actually need to be in love with the customer and solve their problem in order to build a business. And that's a huge challenge and a little bit different than what you might see for the SaaS startups, so software as a service, the traditional ones and so on. But to answer your second question, which was, Gerald?
On the business models.
On the business models. Yeah, so what we're seeing is basically the pressure from, for example, the forward-looking organizations that have made public net zero commitments, right? So they have practical, tangible plans for scope 1, scope 2. Scope 3 gets really hard very quickly. And in some cases, they have no idea how to solve these problems. But because they have the internal pressure from board level to actually address these, they're becoming more open to get input from outside areas. And what we're seeing, for example, people exploring ways of exchanging built environment materials. And it could, of course, in the ideal world, there'd be like an eBay for built materials like this. But in some cases, organizations are so big that actually it pays for them to implement a marketplace in their own right? So basically the large railway operators, for example, and so on, where there's such a scale. So yes, we are increasingly seeing it as an extra element in the business model.
Mm-hmm.
I think, of course, there's a lot of, especially in Denmark, work being done with circular and sustainable business models where they're trying to make complete circularity in the process. And somehow that has become totally separate than the completely different skill set of actually raising money to be a startup. I'm sure you've seen this as well, but right now, Web3 is very, very popular. So you'll see a startup that has a product that's totally unrelated to Web3, but just to raise money, they'll add some Web3 component, and then they can pump their valuation up by $20, $30 million. I don't know if that's a sustainable business model, but is that the worst solution for raising money? I'm curious what you think.
Need to define Web3.
Well, not specifically to Web3, but what I would say is having the flexibility to, so, when we talk about your product, so here's my product, but what you have to do is people are going to tell you your baby's ugly, and you don't want to hear that. But what happens is it just has to evolve over time, right? So you might go in, particularly, in a lot of the sustainability areas where you have to build something physical. So you actually have to really fall in love with it at the beginning, but then you need to know you can evolve it over time. And so changing business models in particular, where, companies that are used to selling a product, that's not really venture scalable. We're looking for recurring revenue. That's how you're going to get the multiples when you IPO, when you sell to an acquirer. That's how we're all going to make all of our money, right? And so how do you switch from selling widgets to being able to sell components of a widget every month? And that's sometimes hard when it is in some of these more kind of concrete, steel, et cetera industries. And so I think it's really important to, maybe you're not going to build a Web3 company, but, hey, look at Web3, look at blockchain, look at crypto, look at these things, be like, is there an element to this that could actually make my product better? I never really thought about it. It sounds crazy, but hey, let's whiteboard it and see what comes of it.
And maybe just to add a very practical example, a real-life example, actually, one of our members, Sticker, they make kitchens, right? And they've actually made a deal with, you probably read about it in the Danish Financial Times, Børsen, where they made a deal to basically provide kitchens that will last a lot longer than the average kitchen in large development, right? And we can actually start counting in the CO2 there, but also there's a circular element so that if you actually want to dismantle it, you can ship all the component parts back to Sticker again. I think that's a really inspiring example of just one organization out there experimenting with this.
Before I'm asking you for some questions to some of the speakers, let me ask you, let's take a step back. So when we're looking at this transformation from what we've been doing for the past decades to sustainable cities to regenerative cities, what role do you see technology play in this transition? How critical is it? And what will be its job, basically?
I don't see how there can not be a role for technology. I mean, what's the alternative? Is it going back to the Stone Age? I mean, I think any reasonable solution for the climate crisis will involve new technology that needs to scale as fast as possible, which is why VC is so important in this space.
What's interesting is, as a woman in venture capital, a lot of women reach out to me. And throughout my career, different people have reached out on LinkedIn cold, and they said, "I'm thinking of transitioning into venture capital. Can you, would you have 15 minutes or 30 minutes? Can we meet for coffee? Can we have a call? I just want to understand your path and how I can feed this in." I now have somebody reaching out once a month saying, "I've quit my job. I'm transitioning into something sustainable. I'm talking to everybody I can in this space. Can you please help me?" And so what's really interesting is that we have more and more smart people willing to truly go in, just dive right in feet first to be able to help solve this. And so, and all of these people are in their 20s, and all of them are, technology, native. And so they definitely, are going to, play a huge role going forward. So I think it's really exciting to see where it's going to go. The question is, are we going to get there fast enough?
Well, cliffhanger. Yeah, we might not, but we can try. And I think just building on what you say, which is that it's not an optional, right? It's non-negotiable. We will have to use technology in one way or another. After all, even a wheel is technology, right? And to build on what you're saying there is that we're seeing a shift in what people are willing to basically put up with regards to their day job, right? You might have heard of the term the Great Resignation. There's been a lot of people basically changing jobs after Corona because it was an opportunity to reflect on where they are and where they're going and so on. So I would welcome the shift to us all holding each other more accountable on this front. But also I think the technology element actually to an extent has nothing to do with the technology itself. It's the human mindset of basically being able to say, could we do this differently, right? Could we do it differently and at scale, and at a scale that is actually beneficial to us, right? So I'm not calling for the unleashing of the robots to run through the room and solve, Hoover for us, but rather, could we solve real, tangible human challenges, right? And I think it might be 2150 that came up with the gigacorn concept, right? Where the first startup that will be able to extract a gigaton of CO2 will be the most valuable company in the world, right? Or indeed organization. And so there are lots and lots of needs out there. There are lots and lots of opportunities. And you all have an opportunity here, whether you are right now a lawyer, you could go into sustainability lawyering. There's a lot of compliance around this, for example. But also you might actually work for a large organization. So you could explore what are the innovation opportunities where you are so you don't become complacent in your day job. Or in the case of maybe this gentleman here, he actually has an idea he's been tinkering with and actually going out and making that company. Please do it starting today.
Do we have any questions? Yes, right there. You get a microphone, human. Give me a second.
I have a very loud voice. Anyways, thank you so much. Maybe you have been talking about it, but I want to kind of ask you the role of the cities. In this, we're talking a lot about companies and startups, and we all know the drill of that part. Within building regenerative cities and societies, what are the new tendencies within the partnership with the public sector? You mentioned before that it's extremely difficult for startups to engage with because it's so heavy, the system. So what should, have we any experience, and you, Gerald, because you work with urban and with different cities, do we know of any setup that has made it easier for startups to collaborate with public and private in building a sustainable society or cities or construction, whatever?
Well, I think absolutely it does. There are several cities out there that have been working with key personnel. That's like a one-stop contact for startups, for example, that they can go to, and they basically figure out everything out, which departments to talk to, which people to talk to, who are the potentially interested people on a particular topic. So helping you figure out how the city works, making the process much faster. There are a couple of cities doing this, and I think they have quite some success with it. But as we see the transformation happening happening in society with where people want to work, to what people are going to develop, to the kind of businesses that are getting into regenerative and sustainability solutions. We also see cities slowly transforming themselves into different kind of organizations. And some of the cities are really having two organizations. So they have the administration and they have a very clear job. They administer. But they also have leadership people in their teams who do very different things. They think about strategy, about how to move on and move forward the city and the many stakeholders active in the city. And I think this kind of transformation is the most interesting one that's happening in cities right now, and that's probably the biggest touch points for you guys when your companies are working with cities. But what is your experience with cities?
So just simply, cities can be the carrot or the stick, and I think that's a really important role to play, because if you can actually reduce the amount of red tape and help with procurement, etc., can play a huge role.
Yeah, to build on that, and make it very action-oriented. So first of all of you here are, I think, over 18, which means that in this country at least, and many others, you can vote. So, and voting isn't just for Christmas, and I'm not advocating a specific vote for you. I'm just advocating that you engage democratically, right? City governments do respond to their citizens writing to them, right? In Denmark, you might just go to Borger Service and ask them, why is this not working the way I'm expecting it to? So that's one element. I think we all have a role to play. And then back to the startups and also some of the organizations out there trying to help cities learn from each other and coordinate. In fact, there's quite a big secretariat for C40 here in Copenhagen. It's an association of different city governments. And then kind of a little known element, actually, in some cases, some of the large players in the city are actually very willing to work with a startup, just not commercially. So one good example is HOFOR. They're the biggest district heating provider, I think, in the world, possibly. And they just don't really have a commercial angle at this stage, but they have a very deep interest in sustainability. And sometimes it is worth for a startup to work with a very large player in a structured way, especially if you have C-level buy-in, to basically try something out so that you can use that case study elsewhere. What I would advocate and advise you to do, though, is that rather than going in one-to-one, try and work through an intermediary, so an established program. We mentioned some of them. We can share some links after this panel, or work through an industry association, whatever else. Obviously, we always have to help, but there might be others that are more relevant for you.
I'm afraid our time is up. I keep
I know our time is up, but I will say, like, one of the major things that we do as the consulate is help you map what cities would be amenable to working with a startup, because it's going to be overwhelming if you just say, what city would work with me?
So one last question that I want to give to each of you. Turning back to one of the first comments that you made, that we need to change the minds of everybody, how should we do that? Give us a sentence each. How can we change the minds of the people around us?
I think we need a really viral TikTok. Yeah. I think that's really going to just hit everybody, and they'll all see it and be like, oh, man, I should have been sustainable the whole time. But really, a lot of it is just about constant communication and really making it part of the water that we swim in, and not something that's politically connected and difficult to talk about.
I think to make it super practical and actionable, because it can all seem super overwhelming and you can feel like you want to jump in the harbor instead, is just talk to the person next to you. There are some people in this room who are working on some of the most exciting challenges today, and that's a great way to get inspired and inspire others.
So no matter what you're working on, make it very data-driven and dig into the sustainability numbers, because just because you saw a technology a year ago and it didn't make commercial sense doesn't mean they haven't done an 180 degree turn and found a way to be sustainable. So look at the data and focus on sustainability, because those numbers are certainly, impact is going up and costs are going down, and you just need to be there when it's ready.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for joining. And you can talk to the speakers, just grab them if they have any questions. They will be around for at least half an hour or an hour. Thank you. Yes.
But we can look at the camera and it looks like there's Would it be okay for you to either sit down or, yeah, join us a little bit in this talk? We are going to have a very intimate talk. I mean, in an intimate group.
Intimate.
So people are having lunch, so let's just move on and have this talk. Oh my God, the last one are also leaving. Is it because of me, or did I say something, or are you hungry?
Zina, you're leaving.
Yeah.
I know her.
Yeah. All right. All right, let's learn it on digital because we have audience on digital, so let's not waste time on that. My name is Human. I'm very happy to introduce the two very good friends of mine and colleagues and people who I admire. On my right side is Ari Johnson. Again, I love to be on stage with you. And on the left side, we have Sam Jalai. And Sam, you work with startups and companies and you name it, right?
Exactly.
You represent Magnuson Law. Would you just introduce a little bit about your introduction to your work and about how you approach and what is the link with the sustainability? And then we do the same on the right side, and then we let the conversation flow.
Sure, of course.
Right?
I'm a partner and chairman of Magnuson Law Firm in Denmark. We are a Nordic Baltic law firm based in Copenhagen, Stockholm, Gothenburg, and in Helsinki, and all the three Baltic countries. And been assisting a lot of startups and growth companies, founders, for the past 3 years particularly, try to establish an ecosystem which is sustainable, try to be mentoring some of these founder companies, approximately 60 companies, founders, try to establish ecosystem where they get equal access to funding, to capital, try to get the networking knowledge, try to basically give them the fundamentals and the platform to flourish, and not only be a domestic, creating jobs in Denmark, but also be able to scale outside of Denmark's borders. And I think that's very important because we hear a lot of from governmental side that there's the interest of keeping the business within the borders of the country, paying taxes. But we need to have a larger vision. In my book, we need to look at outlook, how is it going to be in the future in the surrounding countries to start with, and then expanding the continent, and then probably in the North America, Asia region. So it's been that's why it's been, for me, very exciting to listen to Ari at his previous session. Very enlightening how Iceland has been doing it, and I think that's leading by example. I have to admit, I admire the progress you've made in Iceland.
Yeah, because when it comes to exporting, right? So when it comes to exporting and growing and scaling, within the green and impact, especially within the green, Denmark has a brand. So what you're saying, at least to export to expand the market, especially within the sustainability area, has a tremendous potential. So I'm turning to you because you have been doing this for years now at Iceland, especially about the energy, as we mentioned in your last talk. First introduction, and let's then talk about
okay.
the other part.
So, from the point of view of what we're going to be talking about in this panel here, so my background is that I'm a computer scientist, specialized in artificial intelligence. I got a chance to study and then work in Silicon Valley for 16 years. During the heyday of all of these things, the web coming into existence, the companies, the dot-com companies for everything on the planet coming into existence, and then with a big crash, disappearing, and then being reborn again. So the idea of innovation, the idea of taking ideas, and especially taking new technologies and serious challenges and tackling them with innovation and entrepreneurship is just something that I've been passionate about all my life. During some of these years in Silicon Valley, 10 years of them, I worked at NASA, and one of the things that you learn when you're operating anything in space, you have to be sustainable. It's a closed system, you just have to be very energy efficient. You look at renewables when you start talking about Mars, etc. And then, of course, being an Icelander, we do have some well-deserved reputation in terms of sustainability, in terms of energy and fisheries management, etc. So that's also something I'm very passionate about. But taking these two things together, and I was the president of a university for 11 and a half years where I pushed a lot on sustainability and innovation. And really it's when you put these two things together that we can start looking at the big challenges that we have today, bring in all of these fresh ideas, whether you're here in Denmark or in Iceland, the United States or Europe or where have you, and build the ecosystem, the support, everything that is needed to take these ideas that can really make a change when it comes to the climate, to sustainability, renewable energy, and all of these things, and let them flourish. Give them the environment that is needed so that they can actually bring forth their ideas, make them happen, and really make an impact. And that's what we need today. And so I'm thrilled to be part of this panel here with you two gentlemen.
Thank you, likewise.
Fantastic. You are a law firm, basically. And the reputation of law firms is not always being on the impact side and donating. One of my good friends said, if getting money out of, there are two groups of people who are really difficult to get any money from. One of them are the law firms. Never put any money into anything or invest in the community and so on. But with you, it's different. I know that one of the programs that you're working on with, I think, is that Take Advocates, when you're actually providing mentorship and supporting. You have taken an active role within the community building. How is that in any way leading to your business?
That's a very good question, and it actually has created some debate because being the business of law firm is a business of making money as well and be profitable. And we decided a couple of years ago to become exclusive partner of Take Nordic Advocates and be mentoring a lot of startup companies. We've been mentoring 60 companies, founders, and try to contribute to the society, because a lot of people, as I mentioned earlier this morning, talk the talk, but they don't walk the talk. So we as lawyers have to be frontiers and go forward and say we will invest time in advising, providing legal mentoring, legal workshops, try to educate the founders, the pitfalls and do's and don'ts of being a startup and being a founder in a growth company, what to be on the outlook for, and investing this time without actually getting paid. So We do this on the basis of we want to invest in the society, in contributing into founder and startup environment, green companies, and obviously tech. Because if you look at Denmark, Denmark and the Nordics are frontiers. The likes of Vestas and others are well known all over the planet. And then tech. I did a lot of deals that I did last year. One of them actually was AI, and it was a US-based, New York-based, 800 employees, valued $4.2 billion data miner that invested in a SaaS B2B company in Denmark. Two small founders, small company, two founders, late 20s, and they are basically, they have the platform now, new investor, new owners, and they can flourish. So tech and green, and the combination of those two is the future. And that's what we are well known for in the Nordics, because people invest, foreign investors invest in the Nordics because of it's politically stable, is economically stable, and is socially stable. So the potential of return of investment, a high return of investment is huge. And that's why you see a lot of lately, last couple of years, at least in here, Ari, that a lot of venture funds, green venture funds, likes of Giant Ventures, I know Nicole very well and I have utmost respect for Nicole. She was here on the panel earlier, and they're coming to Denmark and they opening up their Danish offices, and they do that across the Nordics. So I think the appetite for ESG investment and green tech investment, it will be huge going forward. And again, but I don't think we have covered the entire ground that we need to cover. I think we're still early days in Denmark, at least. The ecosystem in Denmark that was interesting to know about how you guys do it in Iceland. The ecosystem in Denmark is still on its way. It's still early days in my book. So we still need to grow. We need to develop this ecosystem that we are talking about. And I think we can learn a lot from each other. We need to do a lot of knowledge sharing. That's why it's so important that you are here today. And utmost respect for what you have achieved. And that's what we need to do. We need to reach out, share information, collaborate, and try to look beyond our own borders.
Thank you. Are we these green Silicon Nordic for something, or do we have a potential? Do we want to be any silicon, or?
I actually haven't heard it phrased this way, but it's tempting to think about it in that. But I think the right way to think about it is potential. Yeah. I agree with Sam. We are early. We have tremendous potential. There's a lot of things that we have going for us in this region. In terms of the environment, in terms of the opportunities, in terms of the technology, the people, and all of these things that we have. But it is a potential, and it really is up to us to then develop that into the kind of environment that we want to see. If we're successful, it can become something like the Silicon Valley of green tech. But it requires a few things. It requires us to, there has to be the investment. There has to be the support for the investment, very important, and to be able to bring outside investment in, do it in a safe manner, and et cetera. When we have successes, they need to be reinvested. It's one of the things that is often overlooked in Silicon Valley, is that the money that makes Silicon Valley, part of that is money from investment firms, but a lot of the know-how and the money is being reinvested again and again and again. So you need to create that nice environment where if we're successful, we bring our money back and we start again on the next project. You need to have an environment, legal and business environment that allows you to take chances and tackle some big issues. And you need to avoid, especially, having experienced the pre-dot-com bust build-up, where in essence what we ended up with was hundreds, if not thousands, of companies, unbelievably well-funded. All of them had acquired a .com address, And they were all competing for a market of about 1 million people on the web. That was it. So the idea wasn't bad. It was just the environment wasn't there. So the final thing that we need is for us as a region, our governments, our companies, and our population also be serious about using the products that green tech can create. We don't want to be creating fantastic new products, fantastic new solutions, and then the government just goes and subsidizes oil or does something else for social benefit. It has to be a real commitment by everybody that these are really where we're going in terms of sustainability, and that we take up these solutions and we use them, and then we have a market. Let's start with the 25+ million that we have in the Nordics, include the Baltics, then Northern Europe, and you actually have a market where you can make money on these things. But you can't do then greenwashing. You can't do box ticking. You have to have an environment where that is not allowed.
Yeah. Sam, you are traveling around the world, in the Nordics and in Europe, I've seen, right? So, and closing deals, helping companies with financing and so on, which is crucial. I mean, no financing, no growth. As well as in UK, right? So, where are we right now? What do you sense about the change within the investment area? Because I guess, and that's just a fair guess, that we are still miles behind UK and that source. We don't have the tradition in that sense. What do you see?
I think, very good question. Thank you for putting that to me. I mean, there is a lot of dry powder out there. So there is a lot of money out there that the PE funds, private equity funds, and VC funds, they like to invest in green tech companies in the Nordics, or generally globally. So they're looking and screening the market for high value assets. I've been visited by PE funds from Israel who've given me a call, Sam, we are from this fund, and we have this massive fortune you want to invest, we want to get to know the Nordic market better. We are looking for high asset value, high value assets. And I say that, by all means, please do come. And they come and I sit with them and I say, welcome to the club. A lot of investors looking for high value assets, assets that are really good, and there are plenty of them in the Nordics. And I think there's so much money. You heard, previous panel, investors, these VC funds, PE funds, they invest other investors' money, and they have to showcase return of investment. And that's what they're eager looking for asset. There is a lot of money out there to be invested, but we are lacking behind. The ecosystem in UK is so massive and so much ahead. And then US, which is major. I mean, I think the big elephant in the room, if I can put it that way, I mean, there are decades ahead in my book. And one of the things is that we see some of Nordic companies, startups, they become growth companies, and they want to grow on either do IPO or VC investments. There's pros and cons if you go IPO or you go VC. But we see some of these companies thinking that the Nordic is becoming too small for them if they want to scale outside of Nordic borders. Because what I will maybe argue with, I don't know if he will second that, but a lot of companies, successful green companies, they come to me and say, the Nordic market is too small. We need more risk-willing capital. And we can find more risk-willing capital in North America region, where you come from. Yeah. You live there. So, because the appetite for higher risk-taking is bigger in the North America region than it's in the Nordics. And understandably so, because there's so much more money in US or Canada compared to the Nordics. It's too small market. So we're losing actually some of these companies, although it's a branding, it's a stamp that they move to from, let's say, NASDAQ, First North, Growth Market, or Spotlight. they move on, jump up to LSE or AIM or New York Stock Exchange, but we're losing these companies. Trustpilot is one of the companies that went on to London Stock Exchange. That's a good example. So we'll see more of those companies moving abroad because the risk willingness appetite is bigger there.
But maybe that's also a natural path. I mean, it doesn't mean, maybe it's not a bad thing. Maybe we are just a green startup talent nation. You know, when we build them until a certain level, and then when they really need the big capital, because how can we compete, you know, with 90% of the investment capital of the world is in Silicon Valley. So there are some conditions, but it's a really good point that you're making. That you need to grow, you need to be somewhere else. I would like to change a little bit, give a direction to it, because there are a lot of things happening within the economy right now, right? There are a lot of these times are times of insecurities and war going on and high inflation. We don't know, you know, I think we know, but basically it's not the same as it was before. And we see the falling shares, right? So would we see, isn't it better now, better times for green startups, because where would you then invest your money if you can invest them in shares, because you don't know, it's not going to be as lucrative as it has been before. So would we see more investment risk taking investors who are saying, okay, I need, you know, I know at least the green solutions technology has a future as a market. I don't know.
Yes, so there is opportunity in this. And actually wholeheartedly agree with what you said in terms of it's hard to compete with just the funding, just the sheer amount of funding and the know-how that you have in the United States. But one of the things that comes with troubled times is people looking also for stability, you know, for stable communities, stable countries, and the Nordics do have a competitive advantage there. And the US has its own problems in terms of stability, and things may develop there in some ways. So there are things that make it attractive to bring funding here. Green tech, you know, especially when people are realizing just how unreliable our sources of oil and gas and other fossil fuels are, because we don't produce them ourselves here in Europe, with, you know, one or two exceptions. You need to develop the green tech. You need to find the alternatives. You need to be able to become energy sufficient, you know, within a region that you trust to be stable. And so that's another driver where this can help green tech. When traditional stocks take a hit, yes, that generates drive for investors to look for maybe more risk than they would normally do. The only drawback investment-wise with troubled times is that interest rates typically go up. And then all of a sudden you find that you can, you know, put your money in a safe haven with a bank or a government, and, you know, get, you know, not good return on investment. So one of the things that really would help investment in technology and green technology and all of these things is if the central banks show as much restraint as possible in interest rate hikes. Because that just, if you don't have these high interest rates, then startups, technology, green tech, and clear future tech becomes a very attractive investment opportunity.
And maybe also very attractive for foreign investors to come to this part.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I think, you know, we're talking about the falling stock prices. Obviously, IPOs will be put on hold. I see IPOs being postponed, the ones that I work on, to at least end of this year, or maybe Q1 next year at earliest. So IPOs we see decreasing, and we already have seen that. You have the war in Ukraine. You have the high, interest rates, high inflation, as you pointed out correctly, and you have the smaller, recession in U.S. So all that makes an impact, and I don't think we will see a stop in deals, but we see maybe an adjustment, slow down adjustment. That's my prediction outlook for this year. 21 was craziest year for M&A lawyers like myself. So many deals, and I think it was a colleague in the UK that put it from a London law firm, put it in a very good phrase, unpleasantly and uncomfortably busy last year. So this year may be more comfortably busy. So 2022 market will definitely not be 21 market. So we will see an adjustment, but still I think, again, we are so much dependent on the US market, US economy still. So US economy has proven many times they're very quickly to adapt and quickly to bounce back. And I think they will bounce back, and I think we will start seeing an increase again, maybe end of the year or early quarter next year. So I'm optimistic of nature, that's how I am. So I like to think optimistic, and maybe if God willing the war in Ukraine has ended before the next winter. I had the ambassador of Ukraine coming and speaking at my Rotary Club, and they changing tactics in order to make sure that the war has ended before the next winter. So hopefully.
Next winter, is this winter upcoming winter, or is it next year's winter?
No, this year's.
We're talking about 2022, right?
That's the plan. That's the aim.
I hope so too.
But,
I hope so too.
But I think the appetite for investing in Nordic companies will be on the rise. And I was completely on the same page with Ari because of the same reasons that you mentioned.
Awesome. Technologies need also markets that are fast adaptive to new technologies, right? So they can access to infrastructure and adaptive, and people who can use and understand how to use them. You must be the best market when it comes to hydro energy and so on for now about 20 years, 15 years, 20 years, is it more? From 60s,
60s, yeah, it's 50 years. Yeah.
But now, when it got stable. So do you experience investment? I know that, we're going to talk about the university in US, Cornell, but also other. Are you receiving interest from foreign investors within your fields of expertise within sustainability, and how?
Yes, definitely. And if we look at, it's kind of can look at it on two different scales, just because you mentioned adaptability and speed and all of these things. Let's start with the slow part.
Yeah.
The big infrastructure, the big decisions that have to do with, for instance, transforming cities in terms of transportation and things like that. It's decades that it takes, you have to plan and do, and there's movement there. But what we've seen in terms of just pure foreign investment in Iceland, there are two areas that are the biggest ones when it comes to using renewable energy. One is data centers. There seems to be an infinite appetite for computing power in this world, which is not surprising. And the other one is hydrogen production, or some variation thereof where you're using the renewable energy to create transportable energy, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's e-fuels, or some other way of transporting energy. And so there are literally investors coming and randomly asking for meetings with people just to find out where are the contacts that you should have for these two areas. So you can see there over the next 10, 20 years, we will see a continued buildup in data centers and computing and supercomputing power based on the green energy. And we will see the buildup of, transportable liquid energy in some form, whether it's hydrogen or methanol or some variation thereof, that can be used to solve the transportation issue when it comes to carbon. The other side of things is the faster. and in some ways more fun stuff, is where you actually see little ideas transform cities. So just little ideas like, rentable bikes, electric bikes or scooters. You did not see a single scooter in Iceland 4 years ago. Now they are on studded snow tires in the winter, and people are using them to get around. And so there, you basically had companies and a technology solution that uses apps and all of these quick things that you can do to change the way thousands of people moved around the city. Without any infrastructure, didn't take years and years of planning. And so these are the opportunities as well that I think investors should have an open eye for. Is these bigger solutions. And one of the things that I, for instance, I'm still waiting for just on my phone, is something that really ties together all modes of transportation. I just tell them where I want to go. It'll tell me, here are the options, here are the best options, greenest option, fastest option, all of these things. And preferably,
whole region. Though we are very diverse, and the city of Malmö is only about 25 minutes away from here. Integration and collaboration supported by the governments of both places have been taking place for I don't know how many years. There's still not, we still are not getting the full potential. So how do we get the best, or how can we create, is it possible at all to collaborate and to get the full potential of integration of whatever we call it, not even integration, but just collaboration, to map what's going on and connect the right people together, and so on. So we become one larger community instead of fragmented community going on and competing against each other, right? Because that's also very interesting for investors, is, the access. I already almost said the response, so I will stop here. What do you think? What do you think? How can we improve this? Can we improve it?
Of course, there's always room for improvement. I fully agree with you, Human. I share your thoughts. I think through dialogue, through interaction, transparency, level playing field, and knowledge sharing. That's the only way. And do some joint efforts together. So much to be learned from Iceland. And the same. We have a lot of sophisticated investors in the Nordics. The investors in Nordics have become, they were sophisticated, but they've even become more sophisticated. So I think there is a lot to be done still, but we need to work together on a much higher level, exchange ideas and experiences, and through those we can, the learning curve has to, there's a learning curve, but we need to interact more. We need to, and there's so many, you yourself and what you guys do is a huge asset to the community. There are a lot of players out there, but we need to also maybe once in a while do the quality sanity check. Screening process, who to go to and who not to go to, what is the quality? Because we shouldn't, see quantity, but quality. So we need to be careful who the players are and what they have to contribute. So I think you guys have done a fantastic job, and your track record, proven track record speaks for itself. So yes, there is a lot of room for cooperation and collaboration, and me personally would like to see much more of that.
Awesome.
I agree. So it's actually been very interesting to look at Nordic collaboration from the the vantage point of a university from the interest in innovation, sustainability. So I moved to Iceland from the States in 2007, and there was a period there, and you could see it through, even at the highest level interactions, that nations were looking more inward. There was more of a distance between the Nordic countries, and it's just being pulled apart to a certain extent, and I could feel it very explicitly. And there's a Nordic collaboration of technical universities, and where it was just, no, we're doing this, no, we're just doing this, and etc. And then, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, there was a turning point. And believe it or not, COVID actually ends up helping with this, is that there is a very joint sense among all of the Nordic nations and a lot of entities within the Nordic nations that know the real road to prosperity and making things happen is for us to work closer together. And I've seen it at the highest level of ministers in the Nordic, the minister meetings. I've seen it in the collaboration between the universities, where all of a sudden doors are open that used to be closed before. And one of the biggest opportunities we have, if we can build on this, that the governments build a framework that we can work together, if the universities can work together, and then, as we have been doing, the innovation and the startup communities can join forces, the benefit you get from just having all of the Nordics as your, innovation area, and can work with anybody from Lapland to Iceland and Greenland, that's really what's going to create the value. And just to give kudos back to Denmark as well, there's lots of things that can be learned from Iceland, but all of the things that we have done, we have learned from Denmark and other nations. And what we really, when we really truly change things, if we bring together all of the know-how of Denmark in wind power and technology, Norway's and Iceland's in hydro, and Finland's and Sweden's and a variety of other things, that's where we change the world.
Fantastic. Time is up, I've been told. So by these words, thank you so much, Ari. Thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you for very good points. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ari.
Thank you.
All right, enough of them is the answer. Okay, we are here to talk about...
I've been around.
Okay. Slide over next to me if you'd like. I don't bite. All right. Second gen, I'm already a little suspicious of this. Second generation, I'm like, I think this is the third, fourth, or fifth time I've seen this. But that is because I'm 53. All right, second generation corporate startup collaboration, just to make sure that you're in the right place. You're not expecting me to rap. We're not going to do any improv comedy, despite how I started this. All right, so we got a quick introduction of you guys.
Yeah. Yes, hello, my name is Sophie Beck. I am from NIA's Green Tech Hub. We are an engineering consultancy, but we decided to form a hub in September 2021 for entrepreneurs to move closer to NIA's.
And when you say
Is that short enough for you?
It was close. It was close. It wasn't one sentence, but that it was.
Yeah, it's a lot of commas in there.
There was an awful lot of commas in there. All right. So, and when you say engineering consultancy, you've got 2,500 engineers. You've got a problem. They'll think of something expensive to solve it.
Exactly.
Voila. All right, Benny.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Well, I'm a master's student in sustainable energy at DTU, and I'm actually starting my own startup as well out of the Skylab. And so there's been a lot of activity happening in the green energy space, and that's where we're focusing in bioenergy. So we have to see what's...
All right, and where are you from, Benny?
I'm from the US, I'm from California, but I'm...
Where in California? Because I mean, California is the size of Germany.
Well, I'm from the Inland Empire in Southern California. It's just
All right, so
where they grow oranges. And
okay, cool. So if you've been to Los Angeles, you drive east for 2 hours.
Exactly.
San Dimas and
middle of the
Ontario,
desert,
right? You
pretty
fly
much.
into Ontario Airport.
Yeah.
Ontario, I thought that was in Canada. It's also...
Everybody gets that confused, that's right.
Boom, exactly. I have flown into Ontario Airport. Boom, Rasmus.
Yeah, so I'm Rasmus. I work at D2 Skylab with finances and building partnerships around technological innovation.
All right, and if you could, because for anybody that's worked with innovation and DTU, DTU is a very innovative place, and there are about 7 or 8 places at DTU that have, well, there's Skylab, there's Scion, there's
Futurebugs.
I would say there's only one, which is Skylab. Obviously.
All right,
But Skylab is the place to go if you are a student and a researcher nowadays, if you want to build your company or test new technological discoveries in a setting with users, companies, public organizations, and even international partners.
Cool.
So it's been growing in size. It used to be like the picture you described, but I would say that we've tried to consolidate.
All right.
Make it a one point of entry.
And you're that up by Sound DTU, that big, you took over and you grew and grew and grew, and so now you're also home to the entrepreneurship education at DTU, right?
So they are our neighbors, yeah.
Okay.
On a lease basis. So they are actually renting our facilities, yes.
So you're like at the southwest corner there.
Yeah, yeah.
For those of you that know DT.
Outskirts of campus, yes. That's where we are.
My name is Andrea. I'm the CEO and co-founder of FAM, who makes plant-based cheese. And we used to sit in Skylab, and now we're part of the Access to Market program with NIAS.
At the where? The who? The what program?
Access to Market.
Access to Market. And
You'll know more about that in a second.
All right, and that's you?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, near us. And like physically, you are up near, you're north of Copenhagen. I described you earlier as near the people with money that invest in startups. And what's the, like, at what town are we near?
We are close to Allerød, but we are in the fields closer to Blåstrød. So we are in the middle of fucking nowhere, that's
exactly.
for sure. And you had your bicycle out there.
But exactly. I will say that in your defense, I went there for your grand opening last year, and I took the train, and I had my bicycle on the train, and it was not an outrageous bicycle ride. It was like 5 minutes from the train station.
Yeah.
And it was like a nice day, and it was all green fields, and it looked kind of picture postcard. But it is
People from the city should go outside of Copenhagen more often.
Yeah, we should, for sure, for sure. All right, cool. Second gen corporate startup. I let you take off with this, and then we've had a discussion just previously.
Yes.
We have strong opinions on both sides of this, perhaps, and then Rasmus has seen a couple, and then we got some young people who have not yet been deformed by experience. So, your take. What are you guys doing at NIAS? And just a short version of it.
Yeah. So when we started, it was the NIAS Alexia Foundation who decided to invest because we wanted to tap more into innovation within the green agenda. So it was definitely an investment into the future of green technology, but also to our engineers, our consultants needed to know more about these different technologies and this different innovation.
Because continuing education is an enormous challenge.
Exactly.
You finish university and you're full of great ideas and you think, I will be flexible and open for the rest of your life, and you find out, no, that 40 years on, you're still listening to 80
And a lot of the
pop
consultancies are kind of doing the same projects over and over again. So this was a challenge, and we need to do more about this, and that was a huge investment, of course. By them, it was they needed to be pretty rich.
Like half the building.
It's 5,000 square meters. It's 5,000 square meters.
Which is a lot.
Yeah.
Like compared to this building, both sides, how many times this building?
I don't know. I don't have any idea.
It's a big space. All right. Yeah.
With storage and production facilities and so on. But I think the main challenge is in it is that we need to still earn money. We want to spend time with the startups. So right now we take 30 hours out of the core business and push it toward the startup. They decide who they want to work with, what they need, how long it's going to take, but they get it for free as part of being in NIAS.
So this is not a startup program like at the universities where they teach you how to pitch, they teach you about a business model. This is for startups that are already running.
Yeah.
You invite them in, and for me the key thing was, because having run a couple of startups, money, more money, more money, more money.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the Benjamins and sales. And you take them out to your customers, to the companies that you do engineering services, consultancy for, and help and introduce the startups that make products to these customers. All right, so this is a big thing. So you are helping them to sell, is maybe the number one thing.
Yeah, I would say we have to differentiate a little bit, because we do have, on the one hand, we have tables. You can sit at an office desk.
You have office space.
And then you get the 30 hours of free consulting. You spend them maybe on product development or a website or whatever.
Love that.
But then you have the Access to Market program that is designed as kind of looks a bit like an accelerator, but we're not going to train you in the pitching and everything in investors, because you already did that, or you are now like attached and connected to so many players in the ecosystem that you don't need that from us. We are the specialists that you go to. We have the access to market, and we can help you redesign your production, or we can help you go to the market.
All right, I'm going to bring in Rasmus here, and then I'm going to bring in the, because you guys look so youthful. And so I'm assuming this is maybe the first or second time you've done this. But
it's not me.
Well, nice. This is where we're going. Is that you may be young, and maybe you started playing, when you were 15 or something. But this isn't the first time I've seen you at a major concert. Yeah. And so I think it is that for you and me, let's see, that are on the other side of this, is that we've seen a lot of corporates come and say, we'd love to engage with startups. They're the future, and you're like, cool. Show me the Benjamins. Do you see a difference, or what developments should I see? Can you give us one or two developments that you've seen in the corporates working with startups space?
Sure. So I actually see a different pattern when looking over the past 6 years, at least, when I've been trying to build these partnerships with Danish companies primarily. So going back to the first interventions we had companies very much looking for these startups that could sort of hand over their technological solutions and help them with the executing on their business.
So something I can, so you've made something, I can package it and put it on the shelf. You make cheese, for example. I am a cheese, Dansk Mejerier, and I went, boom, and now I'm selling your cheese, mass producing it.
Something like that, but more like we have a very specific identified challenge, and we're looking for the startup that can help us with that challenge, so we can bridge it and then we can move on. Whereas, and at D2 Skylab, we are very much in the early stages of venture creation.
Yeah.
We work with talented people such as Benny, trying to go from the very start where you leave your basic education, and in the afternoon you go to Skylab to work on whatever idea. That idea might turn out to be a good startup potential, or it might turn out not to be. Either way, we're successful when you look at Skylab. But we see companies entering that space with a renewed, even stronger appetite for actually contributing to the formation of more qualified talents that can work with them on challenges, that can maybe build startups and maybe not be specifically what they need for, but related, so they want to engage their own employees to sort of learn from working with startups. So the whole soft fields of joint venturing within ideation, challenge definition and stuff like that, I see a growing appetite and a very strong understanding from the corporate side of what can you actually get out of such a thing.
So let's see, 6 years ago they were looking for products or services that they could develop and sell. Now they're also looking to develop their own staff.
I think they accept to develop their responsibility of developing the whole ecosystem, not necessarily their own staff, but more like giving back to that space where you ideate and you sort of
investing in that, in the building that space.
With time and whatever cost of running events and activities. And to be fair, I think we were also approaching them with the more simple value proposition of showcasing our pool of startups. But we've sort of unlocked that close discussion and then started to look broader on what does it actually take to create more innovation in society.
Right. Now I want to bring you in, and I'm also going to physically move the panel closer, because you guys look like we're about to shoot you. And you're up against the wall like this. All right, cool, excellent. Sophie, if you could take an extra step and stand there, we're doing this, voila, and then we're just going to get a nice bow going. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right. Cool. And the folks over there can still see, right? You've got great sight lines for it. Thank you for nodding. All right, cool. Yeah. Your cheese, plant-based, fermented. How are you fitting into this, and who are you talking to corporate-wise? How's that? Is there a collaboration? Are they the evil, or the grumpy old men in blue blazers out to exploit young, talented people with great ideas? Or is this like the music industry, or is this something more holistic?
We set out with quite a clear mission when we started making plant-based cheese, which was to make a quality product. And in order to do that, we wanted to get as close to regular cheese production methods as we possibly could. So what that means is...
So in order to be able to scale it and...
Yes, exactly. And also just to have a product that tastes and feels good and doesn't have a bunch of ingredients that nobody knows what are. So we started looking at how can we replicate the cheese making traditional steps in plant-based materials. And we found an enzyme that can coagulate and bacteria that works in plant-based matter and was able to completely recreate cheese, just plant-based, made on beans, so high protein as well.
Well, like A38 is one of my A38, right? It's named after the enzyme that they...
It's a bacteria, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But then after we did that, because one of the reasons that we wanted to go specifically in that direction was in order to actually work with the dairy plants. Because if we had a production method that was the same as the ones that the dairy plants already used to make regular cow cheese, then we could license out our technology to them and they could do the whole production step for us, because we're not running huge dairy plants.
Right, because this is one of the key things is oftentimes, let's say, startups, they come at it with a bit of a naivete, and they often don't understand how their industry works. Like they think they're going to go out and create an enormous company that makes X and markets it all the way around, and haven't thought through that. Yeah, well, then we got to have somebody who's an expert in packaging, and and somebody who's great in logistics. Okay, cool. And so in your industry, so you've got an understanding of how the industry works. That we develop it to this point, and then we sell it to somebody else in the food industry. That then
exactly, yeah, exactly.
And where did you learn that? Did you just know that, or you pick it up along the way, or?
I think it came actually from just wanting to do a quality product, and then after we'd done that, it kind of made sense to do it that way.
What, like you sort of grow up on a farm? Do you have a dairy industry background?
Oh, not at all. I'm a food scientist from DTU.
All right, and so
that's actually me. My father was a dairy farmer.
All right.
From Denmark. So
okay, cool. We say, but then the industry has got a clear value chain, and part of that. So you learned this at uni.
Yes.
At university, they taught you how the industry is set up.
Oh, no, they just taught me a lot of food knowledge that I then...
So then you say, then how did you learn how the industry was set up and how, and like...
Well, we went on a lot of visits to different dairy plants, among other things, and then I saw how completely crazy dairy plants are and how high-tech it really is and how many people it takes to run one. So I knew when I started FAM that we would never want to set up our own dairy plant.
Truth in that. Factories are a little complicated. Anybody that thinks that a factory's got people walking around in boiler suits has not been to a factory in the last 50 years, because the only time there's ever a human down there is to fix a machine, because otherwise factories do it all by themselves. All right.
Well,
your earlier stage
is that, you know, factories is similar to like R&D, that type of facilities and that type of equipment and the time it takes to optimize those types of things, like a manufacturing plant or like a pilot project. Those types of things are not as accessible to very early startups, and that's where something that a developed startup might be able to offer is they have the capacity for R&D, for, you know, venturing off into a new path, in a new direction that maybe they hadn't before, or providing these types of groundwork stuff that it would be impossible to grow your own today. For example, if there's a technology where you're trying to enter the field, but it's a little bit different, you're trying to, you know, take it from a different point of view, there might not be any facilities or test beds available, and to actually build your own or develop your own might take years and years and years, and by that time it's already too late. But there are people that have it already.
Yeah. So jump in.
Yeah, it's because I wanted to highlight how amazing it's been to look into your business and how you work and your entire team, because they have been part of the Access to Market program that we kind of shaped because we didn't know exactly how could we do this, because we don't only want startups to sit in the hub, we want to actually work with them. Okay, so let's take the challenges from our customers, from our projects, and try to find the startups to match them. And that was, like, you guys were one of the teams that we wanted to work with. And seeing how you collaborating with one of the NIA's experts. Okay, should we maybe alter this? How about getting introductions to them? Or they're a tiny dairy producer. Maybe we should, you know, collaborate with them. The whole coming together and no one having shares in anything and just believing in the project, that's amazing. That's for me, sitting as a silent person in a meeting listening in has been super exciting, because that's what I see as the corporate startup future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a really great process, and it's taken a lot of twists and turns, as everything does with startups. So when we entered the program, we thought that we would initially need your help reaching out to the dairy plants, but it turned out that what we really needed the help with was to get our hands on some bean milk that was impossible to source. And then you guys set that up, and that meant that one of the largest corporations in the world took us seriously, because we had someone from NIAS there with us to facilitate, and they took a meeting with us.
Right, I mean, I was at a, for my sins, I was at a procurement conference recently, and just listening to people from large companies talk about how incredibly difficult it is to buy things. I mean, that there's some of these processes that, you know, more money, more problems, you know, that you get to a certain size and things can be really, really complicated. One of my largest clients, it took them 8 months to figure out how to pay me. Because, you know, I had to be approved as a vendor before they could pay my first invoice, you know, and it went. And the number of different countries, and we had people from 5 different countries involved in getting this first invoice approved. And then the same company, it is one of the world's biggest companies, and they are super successful. But I watched the CFO of this entire corporation turn to the head of research global and say, because there was a startup standing, this startup had a thing. It made a thing and it needed a device, a small piece of electronics. And they had 10, and they'd just been asked to run a test, and they needed 500. And so what they went out asking for money, and somebody said, you know, because they needed to buy 500 of these things. And somebody pointed out, like, well, we've got 10,000 of something similar just sitting on the shelf, like, there. And so the CFO said, cool, you, big kahuna, give that guy 500 of these things. 3 years later, they had still not figured out internally within the company how to get 500 of these things that nobody was using, that were just sitting there waiting to be thrown away, responsibly, of course, If it's still on the shelf and we haven't thrown it away, it's not waste. Get it? Cool. And 3 years later, they still haven't figured out how to get through that mess. And so I was thinking, like, do you see, like, there's an awful lot of process expertise around helping these guys too in that do you see that developing?
I think it's different from when you move into maybe like specific development contracts or sales. But at the stage where we are typically involved first at senior management level and then down to the business units at experimentation level. So I don't really see that. I see it from my own university a lot. So we are a big corporation at D2 as well.
Well, how do you see that one cracked? You know, is it getting a boss at the top to cut through, or?
Yeah, well, I don't really have a solution. I think there's an inertia in the system that is hard to go by. I'm not quite. I think the CEO is equally as well as a victim as the rest.
Yeah.
So I have no quick fixes for that.
Benny.
Yeah, the bureaucracy gets in the way a lot. I feel
You guys
like
are creeping back towards the back wall again. Forward. All right, cool. So the bureaucracy gets in the way. What have you?
I mean, from a personal standpoint, when I was trying to, the startup that I'm beginning, I started with just a core team of 3 students and then an older mentor that kind of was able to navigate this kind of unknown that was there.
Find a Sherpa.
There's contracts that need to be signed, and there's applications and very specific things that go when you're registering, and then there's catch-22s. Well, you have to have money to get the money, and all of that kind of thing. We didn't know that at the beginning, and so like getting these startup coaches at Skylab are really helpful in that way, but I feel like there could be a little bit more done in terms of making it a little bit more clear. But then again, there are some places that are even worse in terms of bureaucracy. It's really not that bad. I know that Denmark is pretty efficient in terms of business relations. So
finding somebody who's done it before, right? Or is it, those of us that help have gotten it. There's definitely some advice that I was given 10 years ago where I'm like, I never said that. Or I'm like, well, yeah, I was wrong. I think examples of there's the obstacles. Because we think of all the things that corporates are doing wrong, but what are some of the things that corporates are doing right, or that we've changed? Not so much looking just for services and products. Go.
So I think that they have the ability to attract and retain the very brilliant people. And those brilliant people are worth millions for startups if they manage to work together. So most often what we face when we start with these sprint projects is that the employees of the given companies, they don't have the time to engage. And then whenever they start engaging, then they don't have time enough to be involved in the project. So you see these people who are, I guess from NIAS, they're very, very passionate about their work, their niches that they work with, and then they are super attracted to whatever comes in from the outside to sort of complement that. So they have those people, and then what we see is the willingness to set them free to work with students for an isolated amount of time to sort of co-develop these things. And then I think that is a huge upside. I don't know how it works in the rest of the world, but I know that it works pretty well in Denmark with the companies that we know, that we have close to D2, and we try to get more of them closer. So I think that is bureaucracy and sales cycles, everything set aside. I think that is what works impressively well in these partnerships.
This setting them free, I was thinking of you seen setting free, and then maybe like who you've talked to is that us older folks, the higher up you get in these organizations, the fewer mistakes you're allowed to make before you're invited to go do something else. Is that one of the big attractions for you guys? Startups make mistake after mistake after mistake, and that's part of what they do.
Not really.
All right.
No, I wouldn't say. For us, it's a lot about talent attraction and retention. It's a lot about looking into the different, especially fermentation is a high topic in NIAS right now, and we are really boosting our food and bev department. Construction is booming. So it's very much about discovering what should be recommended to our projects. So if we are not like state-of-the-art technology ready, then we don't have any chance with competing with other
you guys need to know something about fermentation, because fermentation is hot.
But we do know a lot about it. But what we don't know is the hacks that you can do with it. We know the classic versions of it. That's where Andrea comes in.
Because being poor is often a
Makes you
a
very
help.
creative. Yeah, it sure does. You should
Exactly,
see our lab. It's full of IKEA furniture and very cheap ways to do things. And it's gotten us pretty far. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think there is a, you talk about like fifth or sixth generation, maybe corporate startup collaboration. For me, it's a lot about where we are right now. It's an energetic thing. Like it's kind of reversed. It's coming more and more reversed because we need the startups and we need to attract more younger people to our organizations, and they are entrepreneurial by heart. So we can't ignore this fact that they want to work more creatively. They want to be close to the ideas coming out. So we cannot not do it.
What do you see in the way of tools? Like, so what do you, when you bring them in, do you get any specifics? I know that when it comes to software, right, that people coming out of big corporations into startups often go, wow, what's this? And you're like, that's Slack. And they're like, wow, yeah. Well, we think it's, it's okay. And they're like, this is amazing. What do you see in it? Is it tools? Is it like the hacks? You mentioned the hacks.
Well, I can say for sure that the universities are really the hotbeds of where the bleeding edge technology and tools are being found and developed and made. And sometimes you meet with a company that has been in the industry for a long time, and they forget that there's new stuff that can actually not just replace, but just optimize, add in, connect two dots that weren't connected before, or open the stream so that information is flowing a little bit easier. I mean, there's so many different programming languages that you can apply, and now usually they used to be just single focus. Now it's just you can whip up Python and then make something that does anything, apply it to anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Well, of course, it's a lot about the digitalization, and a lot of corporates need to do that, and they don't have the tools, and they don't know how to work with it, even if they have it. But I think there is a lot about, for us at least, as green consultant engineers, we do see into the new EU taxonomy coming out that we need to know and to recommend different things that we normally would, but we don't know exactly what should be recommended. We don't know what it's going to look like, so we kind of need to be prepared in advance for something we don't know. And we tend to, as I said, like do the same projects over and over again, and within them they have not been able to scope sustainability in. They can't, because they need to be like doing the lowest offerings.
Yeah, and the cheapest,
the
lowest bid wins, and
Exactly. So even though they want the sustainability part, they still need to cut it out of the budgets. And then if you don't scope it, like immediately, then you're not going to implement it later.
Yeah.
So that's going to change in 6 months or so. But we don't know exactly what should be recommended. And I think that anxiety or that has so much potential.
Well, when you're saying about that type of anxiety, the risk-taking that happens in this area of the world versus maybe in Silicon Valley, it's very different in the ways that they operate. Like, I went to UC Berkeley, and that's another, just similar to DTU, it's a hotbed of young people starting a lot of startups. And but the way it works there is that you're looking to get acquired as soon as you possibly can, go underneath the other company and start working for them. But you use that startup to show your worth and your technology and kind of have ownership. But the problem is that you might lose something along the way, like the looping in the sustainability aspects. I had a friend who was working for a very small startup out of Colorado, and he was liking it because he was an energy analyst and doing a lot of renewable energy work. It got bought out by an oil and gas company, and kind of the ideas shifted a little bit. And that type of vertical integration then kind of, you lost out on something that was the initial, core part of the startup. So having these more of a real collaboration rather than looking for just integration can be more valuable in terms of certain goals like sustainability, I feel like, for sure.
I completely agree. I think also in terms of innovation, actually, we've been speaking to a lot of the dairy plants that we have in Denmark, and a lot of them have admitted to us that they've been trying to do what we do with legumes and enzymes for many years and haven't been able to crack it. And I think they also have said to me that their own knowledge about dairy, because they're all dairy engineers, of course, that has kind of limited them in a way because they know too much about how cheese works and how casein works. And just to have a startup come in and be like, well, we don't really have that much bureaucracy, so we can just do things, and we don't really need a plan. We can just do all of these experiments without really knowing where it's going to lead, but let's find out. And then you're just being able to knock out 80 different experiments a day for a couple of months, and then figuring it out, and then, you know, not having like that many expectations of where it necessarily needs to go. I think that's a huge plus as well, and something that, I mean, I know that that kind of work probably isn't that available to big corporations, but then, as you say, the partnerships where you kind of go together and not integrate, but work together and collaborate. I think that's a really cool thing, because we can learn a lot from them too, obviously.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, listen, I can say, I would do it. We're coming towards the end, so I ask you guys to think of your last thing you want to add to this. I say that sometimes it also helps to think big and think broad. I was part of done a bunch of work with Sony that's got a big R&D center over in Sweden. And they had an event once with 50 startups, and they put together these 4 panels, and so these startups are coming to pitch to all these different panels. They were going to pick 8 of them. And they had this to tell the story earlier, there was this completely sick panel where I was with their senior R&D director, Europe, and then me, and then an actor who had been in teaching these startups how to speak. And, you know, the Swedes are let's say a quiet version of Danes, you know, and so he was teaching to be a little more Zlatan Ibrahimovic than the standard Swede. And then he said, this first company pitches, out of these 50 that we're going to meet over the next 2 days, this company pitches, and the guy finishes his pitch, and the R&D guy from Sony says, well, you know, since we're hosting the event, maybe I should start. He says, and looks at the guy, he says, cool, wait, could you tell me about, you know, patents and IP, what kind of IP have you secured? And the actor leans in front of me and goes, did you just say that? Get the fuck out of here. You, talk to me about your customers. And I was like, did he just tell this guy again? Wow. And sure enough, the little guy starts talking about customers and users, and the guy takes his mechanical pencil, and he had this list of 12 questions. The number 1 was IPR, and he takes a mechanical pencil and he goes, right? I thought, wow, Sony just got the biggest return on investment out of this event ever. If their senior R&D director Europe has learned that IPR is not the key to innovation, yeah. So this collaboration between startups and, you know, can come, as I said, an actor. I've since seen him. He was been the murderer in something recently on Swedish television. Cool. But a couple of last thoughts on this collaboration. What have you perhaps learned from a corporate? Maybe something you see different from here to Silicon Valley? There's always an interesting compare and contrast between here and California. Yeah. A lot of things we approach differently in this country than we do back in the States, not least guns. But yeah, and then however you guys want to jump in.
Yeah, we've learned so many things from working with corporations. Most of all, like realistic things. How does a dairy plant work? How many kilos of cheese is it realistic to make in a day? We have no idea.
So how, you say the scaling. How do you think
scaling,
big?
how to scale, exactly.
I said on a different stage, $1 million is cool, but $1 billion is
cooler, exactly.
Right.
We've also learned that before meeting Sophie and before joining the Access to Market program, we have been trying to get in touch with corporations, and they've been trying to fuck us up and steal our knowledge.
Exactly.
And then it just really helps to have some muscles behind you that kind of back you up. So.
Right, and sometimes they're jerks, and sometimes it's just like, oops, I'm sorry, I'm an elephant, you're a mouse, you know.
Yeah.
Where'd the mouse go? Where'd the mouse go?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Cool, and this super good, 5 minutes on the production side, like how much production? Like at school you're doing this much, and then they're doing, is it like kilos to tons, or is it?
Yeah, it's kilos to tons, I'd say.
Cool, right, so there's a big difference. All right, cool, here and there. Or if you got something else, and you're just like,
well, I mean, you were mentioning like the differences between Silicon Valley, and I would say that one of the differences is the areas of the startups that are coming out. Here, there's, you know, a lot of agro-tech and fintech and a lot of energy tech, obviously. Denmark has been leading in that field in that regard, so there's maybe a little bit less hesitancy to go into those directions, and I really like that. And if these, you know, corporations have people that started themselves at DTU or were, you know, in cooperation with Skylab, they'll be even more willing to kind of work with you without worrying about the risk so much. And I think, that's the kind of direction that a lot of people need to start thinking, is that just put that in the back of your head, because number one is sustainability, getting these technologies out, disseminating them into Europe and the rest of the world also. It takes a little bit of risk to do that kind of a thing.
You'd be amazed the change in the risk profile over the last 20 years. Goodness. All right, Rasmus, what you got? Last thoughts.
So I think I'm just going to bring in the perspective of a recent workshop that we did together with Grundfos, a big pumping company in Denmark. We brought in 10 people from Grundfos, 10 students from Skylab. There was a very clear hierarchy from the delegation coming from Grundfos, the CEO of the lead of the business unit and his employees, and then 10 students with like zero hierarchy. We brought them in the room. And within the first hour, there was no hierarchy at all.
Awesome.
And the leader of the business unit was just a fly on the wall in the end, with a big smile on his face, and everyone was just working together. No one needed to flash the card of 40 years of experience. They were just looking at the solution, looking at the challenge, and having a time of their life. And I think that's what we're trying to facilitate at Skylab, to sort of eliminate all the boring stuff, all the bureaucracy, and just focus on the problem.
If nothing else, this space is a lot of fun. Boom.
Well, I just wanted to wrap up saying that we really want to give space to all the corporate cultures to be more like entrepreneurs, to be more like unleash the creative force within the companies. And to work with startups is such an inspiration, and it's the first step at least, hopefully. I know you're a little bit pessimistic.
No. I could be the grumpy old man, needs to be optimistic every night. I got the yin and the yang going.
And the world is changing. So right now there's a big pull towards it. So I think also all the different specialists that are now working with startups, they can't go back.
Yeah. Once you've seen the other side. I'll also, and the final word on the corporate thing is great catering. I was at your opening last year, and I can remember I was really glad I came on my bike, because the wine was good, there was all kinds of beer, and the pinama, and exactly, the catering rocks, and
so that's what we can do from the
afford.
Corporate side. We can give good
and if
food
nothing
and wine.
else, it's go for the snacks. Cool.
Sorry.
We are done. Listen, Sophie, Benny, Rasmus, Andrea, thank you very much. Will you be sticking around? Are you taking off right away if somebody wants to? Are you here for the rest of the day?
Something in between.
Something in between. Yeah. All right. Grab them with your questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, oh, we started? Yeah. Hey, we would like to go on again with another EU subject, which I personally really have wanted to hear about also last Green Impact Week, where unfortunately we could not make this happen. But I'm Sanny from the European Commission's representation here in Denmark. We are partners in this, so we organize part of this. And we have this slot, number 2, on EU taxonomy. And here to my left is Andreas Bachmann, who is a real expert in EU taxonomy. And I'm really personally interested in hearing what he will say. He knows in and out of EU taxonomy. And he will do a more nerdy intellectual presentation than the EU one you had this morning, because he also brings slides. And I think it's necessary to understand the subject. And then we have Lea, and what more?
Lea Kress is my name, and I'm a former Blue Book trainee, so I actually know Andreas from being at the European Environment Agency, but I'm also now here as a member of the Green Youth Council. And well, I'm not a nerdy expert in that topic as much as Andreas is, but I am very passionate about the European project, and I'm of course passionate about the green transformation, so I'm also gonna have like some criticism today on the proposal that has been put forward by the European Commission so far.
Okay, so I think Andreas, please go and start.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is this mic on? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good to see you. I'm going to say a few words about the EU taxonomy. It's kind of an overview of what it is, what it's not, etc. There are some detailed slides which can be absorbed a little bit later as well. But so here we go. So, and now this doesn't work. Now it works. It was a bit delayed. So, we all know about the EU Green Deal. That's been a centerpiece of, you could say, this Commission's work program. And I just wanted to highlight that, of course, that all the different dimensions and pillars of the Green Deal obviously need a very strong financing component. So it's very much about financing the transition towards sustainability, towards climate neutrality, towards net zero pollution, towards better biodiversity, etc., etc. And the sustainable finance agenda is an important part of the financing side of the European Green Deal. And the taxonomy is an important part of the sustainable finance agenda. So that's the broad context where we're coming in. So, in terms of investment needs, and these are just ballpark numbers to get a feel for the magnitude of the challenge. So, the 2030 targets, which are still negotiated for climate and energy, are essentially requiring in the order of 400 billion euros of extra annual investment needs per year up to 2030. These are substantial amounts of investments that are needed. Investments needs, investments opportunities. It's not cost, it's productive investments. And it's pretty clear that this magnitude is far, far beyond what the public sector, the government can afford. So the key thing is how to mobilize the private sector. That's sort of where the sustainable finance policy comes in as a complementary policy to sectoral and thematic policies. And I'm just having a small mental note here that these numbers are most likely going to change now because of the tragic Ukrainian war, because of the repower proposal last week from the European Commission, etc., etc. So we're looking at huge investment needs. A little bit about the Sustainable Finance Policy Agenda Framework. Simplified is sort of divided into 3 different clusters. One is the EU taxonomy, that we'll talk a little bit more about, which then feeds and supports different disclosure obligation under EU law. In fact, the EU taxonomy is a disclosure obligation. I will come back to that. Those disclosure obligations will then also help feed into new and beefed up tools that can help mobilize finance. For example, the EU Green Bond Standard, which is currently under negotiations, but lots of other tools, like for example the climate benchmark regulation, etc. So these are kind of in a simplified way building blocks of the sustainable finance agenda. Now we go into the taxonomy. So what's the rationale for an EU taxonomy? A taxonomy is a classification system for sustainable economic activities. One of the rationales that is put forward in the regulation, which I misspelled, I can see, is that the EU treaty itself aims to establish an internal market to support sustainable development. Sustainability is a key competitiveness issue for the EU. And in order to facilitate and build an internal, more green capital market, you obviously need to reduce cross-border obstacles. And at the moment, we have a zillion different definitions of what a green investment is across Europe. And that means that if you're going to invest green from here to Denmark to Italy, you need to adhere to a certain framework and vice versa. That is not something that facilitates a functioning internal market, which is one, of course, EU's key pillars, having a functioning internal market. So a common taxonomy classification system reduces market fragmentation, enhance also investors' confidence across borders, and also address concerns around greenwashing. Last point, the EU have a high-level expert group in 2017 recommended to the Commission as part of the broader strategy to have the taxonomy as one of the key pillars, basically, of the sustainable finance strategy. I was part of that group to recommend that to the Commission to pick up. So, what is taxonomy? And there's lots of text, so don't worry about that. It's basically establishing criteria for economic activities, and if those criteria are fulfilled, that activity can be large percentage of their business, for example, aligned with the taxonomy. How much of their bank's lending book is aligned with their taxonomy. So it essentially translates a lot of the EU environmental goals and objectives under the Green Deal into specific criteria for economic activities. So what is it not? It's not a mandatory list to invest in. We're working in a democratic world here. We're not telling anyone exactly what to invest in. It's just providing transparency. That's the only thing that the taxonomy is doing, but it's sort of forcing transparency on the corporate side and the financial side in Europe. The other really important thing is that activities that are not in the taxonomy at the moment are not necessarily unsustainable or harmful. That is a common misunderstanding. Society has a huge amount of activities which may not contribute explicitly to an environmental objective, but are critical for a sustainable society. Schools, hospitals, you can name them. A lot of activities are really important for society, but may not be able to qualify under the rules that the taxonomy sets. So, who's obliged? I touched upon this. Financial market participants. When they market certain financial products under the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, they will have to say to what extent this financial product is taxonomy aligned. That means the underlying assets, how they are taxonomy aligned. So you have a fund that may be 2% taxonomy aligned, then they have to disclose that. And us here going to our bank, and this will happen in the next couple of years, you can go into your bank and say, I really would like to invest in a fund that has more than X% taxonomy alignment. Then your advisor, your bank, may come up with such a fund. That financial market participants and their disclosure obligation relies on disclosure from the large companies that are covered by the Non-Financial Reporting Directive at the moment, which is the scope of the taxonomy regulation, but will be expanded towards the scope of the Corporate Sustainability Directive. That means that reporting will be more comprehensive. It may also stretch into medium-sized, maybe even smaller-sized enterprises further down the road if the CSRD is going in that direction. It's still under negotiation. And EU and member states will also have to use, or refer to, I should say, the taxonomy when they set out rules and standards for green financial products. Now I'm moving very quickly. Taxonomy design features. As I said, it's about criteria. So to be taxonomy aligned, an economic activity needs to make a substantial contribution towards an environmental objective while not harming the other environmental objectives and fulfill minimum social safeguards. And I think this brings complexity, but it also brings safeguards, because it doesn't make much sense to invest in something that is great for climate, but completely undermines biodiversity. Then we haven't gained anything. So by stacking these different types of criteria on each other, it defines then, you could say, a space where that activity can be classified as environmentally sustainable. I'm going further. This is something you can read. The taxonomy is coming into delegated acts. They are about 500, 600, 700 pages long with all these different criteria. And at the moment, there are 2 acts in force, one on climate mitigation and adaptation, one on disclosures, like exactly how taxonomy alignment should be disclosed by different corporates. And we have also a proposed complementary delegated act under scrutiny by the Parliament and Council dealing with gas and nuclear energy. There is a hearing in the European Parliament this afternoon at 3:45, if you want to listen into that. There is also upcoming delegated acts on non-climate environmental objectives. It will come probably towards Q1 next year. So, I skipped that slide. This is just an example how criteria could look like. It's rather technical. It requires quite lots of technical knowledge to interpret it. There's a lot of guidance, help, questions and answers support by the Commission, by the European supervisory authorities, and by the platform of sustainable finance. So, this is the disclosure regulation. It's just saying essentially what needs to be disclosed and how. It's about turnover, capital expenditures, and OPEX. So, in a few years' time, you will see that corporates in the non-financial statements will say how much of their turnover is taxonomy aligned, how much of the capital expenditure, basically investments, is taxonomy aligned. So we will have an avalanche in the next 2-3 years of new sustainability information from the whole corporate sector in Europe. Last slide, very detailed. It just gives you a feel for the whole disclosure train that the EU has put in motion in 2018. So it's taxonomy regulation, sustainable finance disclosure regulation, the corporate sustainability reporting directive, and a number of other initiatives. So basically the takeaway is in the next 2-3 years, we will see this avalanche unfolding. It's the first time, so everything will be a bit patchy in the beginning, but it will bring lots of transparency around the corporate and financial sector in Europe in the next few years. And then we have some links. You can go to them later, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. I would like to open the floor. Do any of you have any questions for Andreas? If not, I know that we have some, but in my last sessions you had a lot of questions. Or was this too dry? too many, these 500 pages heavy? Anybody? Yeah?
Yeah, actually, so it's pretty related to your last comment. My question would be, is there any work being done to make all this content more accessible and a little more, because it's very transparent, as you say. There's a difference between transparency and readability or ease of access. So just wanted to hear a bit on that.
Yes. So, I mean, clearly the corporates themselves will have to disclose this, but of course it will be quite difficult to make sense out of this for a whole flora of companies. You could say that all the market providers, the data vendors out there, will crunch all this. But the EU has also taken an initiative of a European single access point. It's a regulation which will gather all information from the corporate side, both taxonomy information, other non-financial information, and put it in a one-stop shop. In 2 years from now, the regulation is just about to be finalized. So all the corporate environmental information in Europe reported under EU law will end up in one place. So that's sort of to help then the ones that do not sit as a data vendor to crunch this. And then I also expect that a number of EU bodies, including Commission, maybe also us, European Environment Agency and others, we will simply use this information for a number of analytical and assessment work and bring it out that way as well.
I maybe would supplement. I explained a bit about the LIFE program this morning, and actually there we have national agencies helping, and I myself think that this is complicated, so I hope that this one focus, one stop point will be supplemented by some kind of helping bodies, because I mean, I didn't even know that this is in 2 years. It's quite a change. I mean, it's also to what you asked about earlier with plastic and the way to make it open and transparent and to be calculated with. This is quite interesting. Personally, I haven't followed. I think it's a very difficult subject, but this is really approaching. I mean, really. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, I'm just curious to hear about, this great flow of capital that is being raised now. Is it being raised because of the companies will give out like EU label bonds, or because they will have EU taxonomy aligned loans, or which are the sources, and how would you define the streams of capital that will come in, that you see will generate this transformation, if you understand what I mean?
Sources of capital?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think, I mean, there will be many different sources. There will be obviously, you could say, as you say, the debt side or fixed income side through green bonds, through the EU green bond standard, but also through other types of green bonds, which may refer to the taxonomy. We have a whole, you could say, proliferation, I would say, on sustainability-linked bonds and loans in the industry, in the market at the moment, which is, once the taxonomy is, you can say, up and running and more stable, you could see that different banks will start to use that as a tool. So it's difficult to foresee exactly how the banks will use it because, as I said, it's a disclosure tool. So it doesn't prescribe a particular usage. Apart from that, the EU is then, you can say, creating this green bond standard. But I think that one of the key benefits, I think, of the taxonomy is that it will generate a more granular, maybe more complex also, dialogue between lenders and receivers, etc., around sustainability. And I think that's one of the big process benefits, actually, that suddenly there is a common reference point, a common language, so to speak, which is difficult, but at least there is a common reference point on how you can start to develop new financial instruments and products, but also integrate, enter into a dialogue between corporates and the financial sector and corporates and their value chains, for example, because what we probably will see is that banks who wants to increase their green asset ratio will exert pressure on companies to align better with the taxonomy, because then the bank's green asset ratio will go up.
Yeah. I was wondering, Leah, do you have anything?
I mean, yeah, I've been holding back so far. And there's something you mentioned about including nuclear energy, but also natural gas within the taxonomy, which means that as it is now in the proposal of the European Commission, natural gas, but also nuclear energy have been classified as sustainable activities. And there are some technical details around it, like how, I don't know, how many emissions they are allowed to produce per kilowatt hour or whatever. So there are some specific details to it, but it doesn't change the fact that those sectors have now been classified as sustainable activities, which seems somehow paradox, and I find it highly concerning personally, because we are faced with the climate crisis. We all know that we have to get off fossil fuels. We know that we have to mobilize huge resources in order to finance the transition towards renewable energies. So by officially declaring those ones from the highest political level that we're having now here in the EU as green or as sustainable, I find it kind of like greenwashing from the highest authorities, despite having this attempt to prevent corporate greenwashing. That's just a question to you, and I expressed my frustration before, so it doesn't come as a surprise to you, Andreas. I know that, but it's a topic that I find we have to discuss, and we have to also, from a perspective as a young citizen that has to still live here for some more decades on this planet. I think it's important to see where our money is invested now and which kind of future energy systems we're financing and building.
Yeah, Leah, I mean, I've been part of this process for 6 years now, or from the beginning, and the first topics that were raised were gas and nuclear, something like 5 years ago in these discussions, in the technical discussions then, where I was sitting in the groups that were developing the first proposals for a taxonomy to the Commission. So they were difficult from the beginning. And the technical advice in the, you can say, essentially from 2018 to early this year, has been to not include gas and nuclear. That's been the technical advice from the technical expert groups. Clearly, I think it's fair to say that the taxonomy that was conceived as a more technical tool in 2018 became very much politicized from end of 2020 onwards. And as a result of that politicization, Commission also proposed that under certain circumstances, it's not a free lunch, right? Gas, if it replaces coal, nuclear, if it fulfills certain things, could be seen as a transitional activity. That is what they proposed in early this year. And this is now, as we all know, with the democratic process of Parliament and Council, which have the possibility to block this proposal. And this will most likely be discussed at 3:45 today in the Parliament. And we will see, we all will see, I mean, it's outside of the hands of the Commission, it's clearly outside of the hands of what I or EEA or anyone else could do. It's in the democratic process between Parliament and Council at the moment. And there may be some kind of result of that in a month or 6 weeks from now. We will see how that will end up. What I think will happen personally after that is that if it's not blocked, we will most likely see a whole range of very large investors in Europe, private investors in Europe, saying, that's fine, we hear you, but we will not invest in that anyway. It's just too risky.
Yeah.
Too toxic. So I think that in practice, it will not reorient much private capital towards that. That's my own.
I hope so.
That's my own theory. What we will then also most likely see is some kind of lawsuits on minister level. Austria, Luxembourg, some others have said that they will pursue some kind of legal action. I don't know. I mean, this is essentially heads of state discussions, right? So we will see first if it goes through, and then what the market reacts to that, and then what the political level reacts, and if there are any legal action following up on it.
That was really, thank you very much. This was, I would have asked the same without being so much an expert as you. One of my good colleagues in the Commission, who's now in Brussels, he always told me when I was frustrated, I mean, not related to this, but when I was frustrated about EU solutions, he always says, don't be perfect, let perfect be enemy to the good. And this is in a way, I mean, it's always compromises and balances in our system, also here. And it's a progress, and I imagine more things can happen. I mean, and not least, this is extremely relevant. I mean, if you would like, please follow the things happening, the discussions now with Parliament and Council, who might even they are the legislator, they might overturn the Commission's proposal. Yeah. So there is still a lot to follow here. But I must say, I had not realized how actual this is. I mean, this is going to be really, really interesting. So your questions about the green bonds, I mean, this is really interesting to see how the market meets all this. I mean, my bank pushed me into taking a green, well, they really wanted me to take a green car loan as one thing. I didn't do it because I don't like pressure from my bank, although I bought this new car, it explained. But I mean, that's for sure, but I don't know how much they will finance, which is this green in these parameters.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I also just wanted to get back once again, because even if you have this hope or this assumption that there won't be major shifts of or channeling of investments from renewable energies into nuclear and gas, I still see that there is a major risk now of losing credibility and losing this opportunity to come up with an ambitious ambitious set of parameters that guides the investment. So if everyone then says, yeah, well, we still don't invest in those industries because we don't believe in them anymore, but this is what the EU has proposed, I feel this is just a missed opportunity, and it's sending a completely wrong signal if we want to be ambitious, if we want to achieve the European Green Deal and the targets that come with it. So like no matter what, I feel this is just, a shame.
I think, clearly that risk, I think the measures that have been taken to minimize, at least reduce that risk, is that any taxonomy alignment in the gas and the nuclear sector, which is unclear if there will be any, but any taxonomy alignment will have to be reported separately. So that means that any corporate, any bank, will have to disclose separately if they have used that option. So the pressure and the exposure of doing that will be very high. I think that's clear. So there is a sort of built-in, you can say, some kind of mitigation action. But I mean, I agree. There will be spillover effects and maybe reputational risks for the broader sustainability discussion, which I think we all need to be aware of, basically. But again, it's the hands of essentially heads of state at the moment, and a member of European Parliament, and we will see what they will come up with.
Yeah, do you have any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, It's on? Yeah. Okay. So, it was actually kind of like a question before Lea did go into the gas and nuclear discussion and asking about that. But if we can say that at least what we have seen in your presentation is that it has to make a substantial contribution. Okay. So we can kind of all agree on that gas and nuclear maybe does not have that fully, to a full extent, that substantial contribution. We're talking about transitional energy, right? So are we then reducing the perceived legitimacy of the EU taxonomy by, for example, including nuclear and gas? That's my question.
I think that's a good question, and as I said, the technical advice was not to include it. I think we don't know yet until any decision has been made by European Parliament and Council and how that is received. That is sort of the politically correct and sort of process answer, because I'm not in a position to say what I think the European Parliament or Council should do. But so we just have to have that democratic process making its turns, and then we will see how that will pan out. And I foresee that discussion will surface sometimes in the midsummer around this year. So, and I'm pretty sure it would be a lively debate where a number of different stakeholders, both corporate, financial, NGOs, ministers, all over the place will have very strong views on different things here. Oh, that's clear.
You were mentioning that it's also now an increasingly politicized process. But do you also see some opportunities, or do you have some hope that it gains enough momentum in civil society through debates like today, or also on social media, etc., that petitions and people are just expressing their concerns like I am doing here today, and that this will influence the vote of the European Parliament in July?
I mean, the more voices that are heard in this discussion, the better, I think, and particularly, I guess, from younger people. I think that's really important. When it comes to the Parliament's and Council decision-making process, I don't have the exact dates in mind, but I think if you have concerns, I mean, now is definitely the time to raise it. Within 4 or 5 weeks, it will be too late, I think, for that process. And then, in general, on the taxonomy engagement, I mean, there will be, for example, possibilities soon, probably towards autumn, to make input to the public consultation for the non-climate taxonomy. And that will be public consultation. Anyone can provide input to that. And I think that is an opportunity to provide input and views. The other thing that is important to bear in mind that gas and nuclear is classified as transitional activities. That means that those criteria will have to be reviewed in 3 years. Yeah. That means that there is a 3-year window, essentially, from this summer or autumn onwards when it's published, to have a discussion on how those should be strengthened, because the whole point of transitional criteria and the revision is that they should be strengthened.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question regarding here. Regarding the interpretation of the EU taxonomy, and it's just that we have a dilemma with some colleagues that maybe they have an interpretation, I have another one. But I'm working in a company, in a large company that is manufacturing equipment for the mining industry. Mm-hmm. And we have identified the economic activity as manufacturing low carbon technologies. When we come into checking the operational activity that we have, I see that the manufacturing as the operational activity. If you see the in some of the pages about how to calculate the OPEX and CAPEX, then it's mentioning something about renewable energy. And then the dilemma that we have is that some colleagues see that by implementing, for example, solar panels as part of the operational activity, then that can be classified as an economic activity, the renewable energy itself. But on the other side, some others see that that is only an initiative because it's part of the economic activity itself. So it's a little bit tricky, and it doesn't explain like in details if renewable energy is an initiative or it can be part of economic activities itself. Yeah.
Yes, that is can be a tricky distinction. In general, as you know from the criteria for solar energy, I mean, it doesn't put a capacity limit, right, on how much solar you have to have. It just puts the criteria for what constitutes then criteria for solar. That's the only, I can't give you more detailed guidance here on the spot, but what I can say is that we know, and everyone knows, that companies and financial market participants are, of course, struggling with interpretation generally now. And in the platform of sustainable finance, where I'm representing EA, we're working very hard on a rather large guidance and usability report that will go out now over summer, together with a proposal on how social minimum safeguards can be dealt with. In parallel, we work with the Commission and the European supervisory authorities to also provide guidance to corporates and financial market participants on how to interpret the disclosure requirements. And I think it's fair to say that everyone is on a learning curve, right? It's a new animal, and there's lots of capacity building that is needed, both on corporate financial side, but also I would say on the member state side, on the supervisory side of this. And I think we will see that unfolding during the remainder of this year, and when sort of the more taxonomy alignment will be reported next year, there will be a lot of stock taking, because as always with, you can say, EU legislation, the first, you can say, reporting round is always a bit like shaky. It doesn't matter what it is, right? Because it's something that is starting up. So I don't think we can expect that it would be, right, everything will be clear, super, 100% correct the first time around. But I mean, it's a recurrent reporting. So after a couple of 2-3 reporting rounds, guidance and sort of adjustments and, you could say, correlation between how to interpret things will have settled, right?
Okay, I think time is running up. I have really one question which I would like to ask you, which is really mean. But if you were Mette Frederiksen, our Prime Minister, or the Swedish, I mean, is this EU taxonomy, in your view, to the benefit of Scandinavian Nordic countries because we are well advanced? Or are we being, I mean, is it reaching the competition parameters? Just a short reply. What do you think?
I think it's beneficial in general for countries who are advanced in their environmental legislation and policy, and that I think goes for all Nordic countries.
Yeah. Okay. I think I just had to ask. Okay. I think we will close down this debate. Thank you so much, Andreas. It was really interesting, and we will certainly come back to this, which is more relevant than I even thought. And thank you to you, and thank you so much, Leah, for the good comments and observations you made. Leah is from the Youth Council, so thank you very much, and thank you to you, participants. So we will end this now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just sound checking.
Sounds good.
Do
People
a
can hear
quick
me.
Sound? Yeah? All is well? Well, welcome to all of you sitting out here, still not running for coffee. I know there's a lot of talks today. My name is Sif Nelleborg. I come from Devo team. We are working with technology, helping companies become more digital and also greener and more sustainable. And we do that with data, and we have a lot of technicians. And actually, I brought my technical friends, and I also brought a business-savvy friend here today to help me understand more about how green is technology. Can we actually fix the world with technology? Because I know some of you might have heard about technology can fix the CO2 emissions. We just have to bring in new technology and everything's fine. And as a tech optimist myself, I hope it's true, but we're going to challenge it a bit today to understand how far can technology actually take us in reducing climate impact, but also how can we do a bit more and what can technology not help us in. And I would like to first tell you about a survey we just did. And it was asking 100 organizations in the Nordics, do you use technology to become more sustainable? And only 50% said, yes, we do. And then we asked them, do you think it's vital, is it critical to become more sustainable? And then it was 35% that said yes. So at least a lot of our clients think it's very important. But I want to just do a round and have you explain who you are and how you work with technology as well. And let's start over with you, Stefan.
Sure. So hi everyone. My name is Stefan. I'm here from Google Cloud. You might be familiar with Google already. Maybe heard about it, small tech startup. And maybe also familiar with our mission, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And in order to do so, we ended up creating more than 9 products now with more than 1 billion users each month. Most famously, of course, is Google Search, but there's also Gmail, YouTube, Maps, and so on. Now, I'm from Google Cloud, and what we've done is essentially take our decades of experience of running these huge services, all the best practices in cutting-edge AI technologies and making it available through Google Cloud. But we also made sure that it's one of the greenest clouds to operate on. So since our beginning, we've had sustainability in the back of our minds, and we were one of the first major companies both to become carbon neutral and also match all of our operations with 100% renewable electricity. So that's a little bit about where I'm from. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And over to you, Magnus.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Magnus. I come from the company Legacy. We're a small startup out of Copenhagen. We help clients measure, track, and report on CO2 emissions. We have started out with taking something, wouldn't say super digital, but an Excel sheet, figure out what consultants do in helping small companies or medium-sized companies report and track on their emissions, and then we put it into the cloud. We took the methodology, wrapped it into a more scalable package, and are now helping some of the largest commercial real estate owners in Denmark report on the emissions from all their buildings and really put a measure to their exact emissions, getting high quality data to make it more actionable.
Thank you. And Theo?
Hi everyone, my name is Theo. I'm an Englishman. I'm probably one of the few non-Danes that's been on the stage, I don't know.
You're my diversity.
I'm the diversity section. Yeah. I also work for Devo team. I work for the Microsoft Cloud fiend, the area even. So these are my mortal enemies over here with the Google Cloud, or at least all that kind of stuff over there. But I am one of our domain leads or cloud solutions architects. I work with a huge number of different companies as a consultant to truly transform digitally, increase the efficiency of their processes,
enact sustainable technology reforms and do some lifting from these on-premise data centers to the cloud. And I will gladly admit, sometimes with Google as a platform, to really help reduce a company's impact in the tech world. So I am a specialist in two technologies, Kubernetes and containers. They are the two sexy cloud technologies at the moment. They're not always the right solution, but a lot of companies want to talk about it, and therefore I get to talk to a lot of different companies about what they need.
Mm-hmm. And all of us having knowledge in tech, we usually go out and then we talk a lot about tech, and then we see people's eyes disappearing, and I don't understand that technology. But you, Magnus, you've figured out a way to help people that don't do coding themselves and don't want to know everything about regulation, and figure a way out to give them something that they actually can use. Because you've experienced how regulatory bodies work, and there's so many things. How did you end up building a platform? Why is that the solution? It's technology.
I think it's mainly to make it easier. The biggest pain that we experience for clients is that it's so big, both to talk about technology, figuring out to get hold of your data, but also figuring out all the regulatory frameworks that you need to comply with. We try to boil it down to the most simple things that you need to do is take ownership of your data and activate it. If you have good quality data, then there's a high chance you also have all the components you need to do high quality reporting. And then we took the reporting part away from the clients, made it the thing that we own. Say, if you have the good quality data and plug it into our platform, we'll handle everything else for you.
So you actually help people be less tech savvy and just do what they want to do with their business. And that's something that goes through with all of you. It's something we drive to work on our bikes or electrical car, whatever we use, every day to make it simpler, so that we can get more done, more action on sustainability instead of understanding everything. But Theo, from your perspective, is there a lot of focus on technology in green? We talked about Power to X, we talk about so many technologies. Are we blinded by technologies instead of getting on with what we actually want to do, or how much do we need to know?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. And I think a lot of there's the phrase decision paralysis that also comes into effect when we choose technologies. So often will these small startups or scale-ups go to a company or a client and say, we need a solution for this technology. And then with the best intent, we'll turn around and suggest 16 different technologies, each which is more polluting than the past, that takes as long from the past, which costs as much as the one before, all added up. They really lose sight of the simplicity and the technology choices that we can do, that the cloud platforms offer, that the different companies and consultancies out there offer, that can really support that green and sustainable and efficient change. I think we really have missed a beat in the current startup scale-up world, with companies assuming that the most complicated technology to be used in this situation is the best one, when nearly always we are blinded by the tech choices and choose the fanciest one which doesn't do what we need it to.
Yeah, and that leaves us without moving forward on the sustainability agenda. And I want to go back to you, Stefan, because you talk to a lot of clients, having them understand how do you make your cloud solution greener? And have you experienced a maturing in your clients over the last couple of years? Do more of them actually talk about sustainability?
They do. They definitely do, and there's definitely been an increase over the last couple of years. I mean, something as hands-on as the request for proposals that we see. You know, we see often some sort of bullet point around sustainability as a measurement. But I think it's also about, as you said, you know, making it easier for them, especially for non-tech people. You know, making it a default. Sustainability shouldn't necessarily be an add-on, because then all of a sudden, decision paralysis, and then like, should we pick it or not? So it has to be incorporated from the beginning, and be one of the sensible defaults set for them.
Yeah, and back to you, Theo. How can we help talk more about for instance, efficiency, because we talk, you and me working together, we talk to a lot of tech people, like CTOs in large corporations, and they want to talk tech. And actually we want them to talk more sustainability as well, so it goes both ways. And how can we help them? Should we speak efficiency to somebody and speak sustainability to the communication PR people, or?
I think they're two sides of the same coin. So often when people come to us with efficiency questions, they are really also helping themselves with their sustainability questions. People really miss the opportunities that the cloud technologies and the cloud efficiency increases that you get benefit your greenness, per se. People will look at the processes that they are running on premise or in virtual machines in the cloud without looking at what the cloud offers as a platform as a service. This might be a bit too technical for some people, and I apologize for that, but it is really important to look at those processes that you're running, not just the human processes, but your technical processes. I think there are a very quick one, I'm sorry. If you have one process that runs 20,000 times a day, and it's syncing some data or it's handling some sort of financial transaction, and that process takes a second, that's 20,000 processing seconds a day. If you can halve the time that it takes that process to the length, how much energy are you saving? How much cost are you saving? Big companies, clever companies, successful companies will look at their processes, identify those bottlenecks, and truly look to increase the efficiency there. And that, I think, with data being the new craze, is where there's going to be a huge market in all the cloud providers, in all the companies that are making this technology available to people, is really trying to eke every single second you can, or every single unit of CPU or electricity or anything you can do, really reduce that down so that you can get the most out of these better platform as a services in the clouds.
Yeah. Stephen, how do you do that in your work? How do you simplify cloud solutions?
Oh, that's a very good question. I mean, essentially we always want to simplify and increase the abstraction to make it easier to understand. And I think there's also a need to make it simpler to understand sustainability, right? And a simple parallel can be drawn to the consumer goods that we buy on a daily basis. Like when you go to the grocery store and you want to buy milk, how do you know which one is the most sustainable? I think one direction that I luckily see the whole industry is moving is towards shared standards. We're not there yet, but you know, for non-technical people to go in and see, it has this stamp of approval from an objective source or a third party, that is really what's needed. But also just making a lot of the data available. So for example, we expose publicly a lot of data from our own cloud platform. So for example, we go out publicly and say, if you want to run the greenest on our cloud, you should run in Finland. And for example, you shouldn't run in our data center in Singapore because that is using a lot more carbon-based sources. So making that data publicly available, as you said, easy to understand is crucial.
Mm. And Magnus, how have you worked with that, developing your platform for your customers and the suppliers of data? How do you work on simplifying the message of what it is and how you can use it? I know you spent a lot of time doing that.
I think it's a tricky exercise. It's at first just recognizing that you can't go to the end point of your journey all at once. Most clients would like to take a step to the end point and just have full scope-free emission calculations done instantly by automation and everything. And then they realize, all the data points that we actually have is on invoices in archive or similar. So there needs to be some correlation between the data quality that you have and the journey that you're taking. And you need to take the right steps towards the end goal. So we're helping a lot of clients do diagnostics on the data quality, figuring out what data quality do we have right now, what steps do we need to take to get better data quality, and what is the investment that we need to do within the next 5 or 10 years to actually achieve the goal of having fully automated carbon accounting reporting done. It's a goal for a lot of our clients, but they've just realized that they need to invest in the data quality and the setup to actually have the goal achieved.
Yeah. Did you notice that both of them nodded when you said data quality?
Yeah.
And they nodded more excited than I've seen today. So it's definitely sweet music in your ears to talk about data quality. But again, that's complicated, right? Data quality is very complicated. So now we have to step out of our technician roles. I'm not that a technician, you know that. But how can we work with this? What's your piece of advice for this? Any of you first, or just pick one?
I think there is two aspects when we say data quality. There's the technical quality of the data. You know, what's the format, schema, and yada yada yada, and that can be solved. That can be, you know, you can set up rules and all sorts of things. One thing that I think is going to be more important going forward is the data auditability and governance. You know, where is the data coming from? Can you actually trust the source? Can you trust that, you know, like an example earlier today, that this windmill hasn't been sold twice? You know, these type of things, the certificate of origin, all of this is going to be much more important in the future. And technology can definitely help with that. And sure, there's a lot of buzzword technologies like blockchain and whatnot out there. But
I was going to mention that if you didn't do that.
Of course you were. But this auditability, I think that's going to be a crucial step going forward, so you can actually, because it's super easy to get data, but the question is, can you trust the data?
Yeah. Do you want to add anything? Magnus, I'm looking at you.
Completely agree, and that's the entire premise of our business, to make it audible. That we need to know exactly where we took the data point from, what meter, what energy performance certificates, what building, or even what apartment is the consumption data linked to. So we need to be able to link and document the entire trail. We have considered using blockchain, but it's not necessarily needed for what we need to do. Just that we have the documentation cradle to grave for all data sources, and that we're able to categorize it in the right way. But you need some data maturity to get there in order to have at least consumption data categorized the right way.
I think that's an interesting point. Data maturity is a phrase I love. There's a phrase in the AI and machine learning world that is garbage in, garbage out. And that does come to machine learning models and how one interprets that data. If you are storing the wrong data, you're probably storing way too much of it. You're probably only using a single field in your database of 1 million rows. And at that point, you really got to look at yourself and say, how much is this costing me? What impact has this had? What benefit am I getting from the data? Choosing the right data is why companies like yours exist. The ability to have that understanding, that sustainability focus, and again, cloud platforms have the capability to provide those data storages in very efficient ways. Maybe not blockchain, which is not the greenest of solutions, but in other ways, for sure. The more traditional ways.
I think this actually answers the question of this panel. If tech and cloud creative tech can actually solve our climate issues, our sustainability problems. And what I'm hearing from you is, you just said garbage in, garbage out, and you said also we need to understand this data quality, and you jumped up and down when he said data quality. And is this part of the solution, that we have to be better at understanding not the specific technicians' wording of what data is? It's not like what kind of file is this, what kind of network is this running on? It's also, how do we measure our impact? That's what we can't do with technology, or can we?
A number of the cloud providers allow you to address the impact through one of their carbon impact tools, I think it's called for Google Cloud Platform.
Carbon footprint.
Carbon footprint. And it allows you to very simply give Google access, well, not even really access, but just looks at your manifest of the resources you have in the cloud and goes, this is how much electricity you're using. Some of the cloud providers are always going to be a bit tricksy. I'll be honest with you, Microsoft Azure, AWS, GCP are all going to be a bit tricksy about the carbon impact that you're having, because they don't include, some of them, a lot of the processes to use to build the servers that your machines are running on. Whilst they'll talk about the electricity and the human impact surrounding those data centers, what one also has to consider is how many servers you are using. Because those services, although they are virtualized, are still running on hardware that is still coming from minerals, that is still coming from the ground, that is still having to be brought up, exhumed, treated with chemicals and detrimental to the environment. I lost my original train of thought, but I think that's an important point to take home.
It is too. Any further comments on that?
I think to the point about, can tech actually help solve it? I think there's two aspects to it. One is definitely the whole tracking of data, measuring how much are you emitting, is tracking scope 1, 2, and 3, and so on. But I also think there's another angle, which is using tech to analyze stuff that you couldn't do previously. So for example, we're starting to see a lot of companies to analyze their supply chain using satellite images, right? Trying to understand, okay, are any of my suppliers the source of deforestation? Because if you ask your supplier, they're just going to say, no, we're not doing anything like that, right? But can you really trust them? Or for example, we're also starting to see that they're using AI to optimize their operations and reducing both emissions and cost. So tech can help in both ways, both tracking, but also optimizing and verifying some of your suppliers.
Mm. So what all the tech-excited optimists here are saying is that tech can help us be more efficient. Tech can help us understand what we don't understand about how we affect all these ESG parameters. But we can also be creative. And I think I want to spend the last few minutes on how we can be creative with tech. Because I know that the cloud solutions, you haven't been called the most creative people in the world. It's something, we should do an app, or we should do like a platform. That's more your game, Magnus. But you rely on the technology from these guys and them making it easy for you to just put it up without you having to be a serious coder yourself. How can we give a piece of advice to people who need to do the same thing? What do we need to be good at in tech? Can we just...
I think that's a really hard one, because...
I only ask hard questions.
Of course. But I'm thinking a parallel back to, when the smartphone, or the first iPhone was launched in 2008, right? And then, or 7, and then the App Store came shortly after. And people were like, what can we use it for? And some of the first apps you saw, there were flashlight apps, or, there was a beer drinking app and stuff like that. Nobody had thought of Uber at that time, or of Tinder, right? That only came years after people became familiar with the tech. Mm-hmm. I feel we're at a similar threshold right now, where we're just about to see some of these more creative usage, such as the satellite scan to understand suppliers, right? Mm-hmm. So right now, I think it's hard to just come out of the blue with an awesome creative idea, but I think we're seeing people building on top of each other's momentum in order to come up with great creative solutions.
Mm.
I think, sorry to jump in, but I think to add to that, quite interestingly, there is going to be a significant jump in the uses of machine learning and AI, both in how we can tackle problems and how we can tackle problems that are to be. I think one of the interesting projects that Devo team is working on at the moment, for example, for one client, is using machine learning to analyze different samples of cement mixture, looking at how different inputs in the measurements and percentages can affect its stability and its hardness under certain environments. Now, you're thinking, how does that really help with sustainability? But in reality, even a 5% reduction in how much CO2 concrete creates, for example, or cement creates, would be a drastic change. And imagine how much further we can do in areas that we haven't even thought about. Engine design optimization for those that still want to use petrol engines, train route optimization, flights route optimization, maybe electric planes, hopefully eventually. And I think with the increased processing power that the cloud's providing, that this data is being provided, one can really use these new tools to the best of their ability to tackle problems that are there but no one notices can be solved with these technologies.
Mm. I agree with you about the threshold, that we can actually do something with technology we haven't been able to do before. And just, Magnus, would you have been able to do your platform 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Any thoughts on that?
We would potentially, but it would be really expensive. Super expensive, not that easy to set up. We would need to have a lot more people hired, a lot more developers. Right now it's much more plug and play. There's a great list of applications and so on we can pull from to get all the tools needed to have what basically was our first proof of concept that validated the business case. Now we're investing even more into the backend structure of our setup. And basically, the cloud solutions allows us to make sustainability operational. We can take a lot more data in than what we would be able to do a couple of years ago, do analysis of it, make direct indications of low-hanging fruits in data, so buildings that could use renovation or optimization. If there's a leak in water and so on, we can track that with all the data points that we have. And yeah, it would be so much more expensive to do just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think that's a good note. One piece of advice for the people sitting, listening in here. How many of you have a technical background? Oh, I only see a few shaking hands. Oh, there's a real hand over there. And how many of you work with management or project management or... Yeah, all right. So you would actually be the users of this, not having to be technicians yourselves. So a piece of advice for our audience here, and of course we have people listening in from home as well. Would you go first, Stefan? Oh. You can go last if you want, but then Microsoft will take this chance. Oh,
Sure.
sorry. Yeah.
No, I think one is just being, transparent and asking questions, because this is an emerging area, and to be honest, I was super confused as well. There is so much terminology. There's carbon neutrals, there's net zero, there's carbon free, there's 24/7, there's all sorts of things. And I think just having an open discussion with vendors, suppliers, partners, even internally, is super important to be able to move forward. Because there is a lot of possibilities out there, but I think if you don't ask the questions, then we're never going to get there.
Thanks.
I think from our perspective, it's try to get started with also the digital journey. Is to get better data, take ownership of data. There's a lot of great tools and also great advice out there to get started on the journey. It's same for data maturity journey, sustainability journey. You need to get started at some point if you want to reach the end goal.
So the sustainability journey is digital in some way.
At least for us, it's the entire way.
Yeah, and it's because it's cheaper that way, right? Theo?
I think a phrase I always pull out is, there's a phrase in England called reduce, reuse, recycle, and they teach it in primary school to tell kids to put their cartons in the right box and their plastic in the right place. The first one, reduce, is really where a lot of this can be done correctly. If we reduce our cloud consumption by being more efficient, by choosing the right services, by choosing the right data, by being shown the right data and giving it to the experts, then we really don't have to look so much at our consumption because it is there already ingrained in our reduction processes. And there's a whole area I can go into there, but the idea is that if your processes can be optimized, can be made simpler for ease of use, ease of running, then that's pretty much a no-brainer. It's cheaper and better for the planet.
Yeah, that's a great note. Any questions or comments from the room? I'll just leave it hanging for a few awkward seconds. But you look happy.
There's one.
There's somebody shouting. Well, just one thing to finish off, and this is, I'm going to take this out on you, Theo. Because we're colleagues, so I can do that, and I won't tell our bosses. This is not getting recorded, really. It's fake.
Sure. Fake recording.
And just one thing we talked about that we haven't mentioned today is technical geek stuff. So you can join in if you want. And it's for the technical persons sitting here. Is there a thing called green code or sustainable code? Just talking about all the complicated technology stuff that you don't have to know, but now you get a little anyway?
There is, and it's a bit of a misnomer of a statement. Green code, because the code isn't green, it's normally black and white, but whatever. Code in different languages can do different things optimizingly in different ways. And there was a report that was released by AWS in February of this year that stated the the times of a base standard in electricity, time, and memory consumption for different programming languages. Some of the easier to write programming languages like Python were up to 75 times less efficient than the baseline C and Rust and sometimes Go in memory and time and electricity. It's how a lot of these cloud providers have been able to say, hand on heart, we use the same amount of electricity now as we did 10 years ago. They have optimized their processes that much. They have taken these programs written in these archaic languages, written many years ago, and upgraded them. Rid of them in these newer languages that are slightly more optimized for these lower level runtime conditions. It's not possible for everyone. The number of Rust, Golang, and C developers in Denmark is tiny compared to the C# and Python developers. But it is a good way of looking at those areas that you need to optimize, those processes that can be decreased in time and complexity and electricity usage. Maybe have a look at the coding language you're choosing, or tell your developers to have a look at the coding language that they're using.
Exactly. Something to take home and tell your developers. And now you know about tech and how tech can be more sustainable in a way. And I hope you at least took something home with you about technology not being just technology, but being lots of stuff, and some are more sustainable than others. And now you just mentioned some programming languages, and we all forgot the names of them. But you can ask us to send you the link for the article if you want to go home and be smart about technology. Thank you so much for playing along, and thank you to you listening in. Oh, it's
I'll leave that if it's not used.
Not good.
Maja
Maja?
Ibsen.
Er det okay, hvis jeg siger Maja? Just name the team. All right, everyone. Thank you for showing up for this last topic of today and the topic that lies very close to my heart. We have been pretty lucky to have four really good, strong profiles here to talk about accelerators, new generation of acceleration programs and incubation programs, seen from different perspectives. The aim is to discuss, share knowledge, and to see how can we make it even better for the startups or for solutions to be able to scale in this very small nation, or even with a perspective of a Nordic collaboration or something like that. So I would actually try not to say that much, but give the floor to Maxime, Maja, Rasmus, and Ari. And I will start with asking you just to have, in 1 minute, explain a little bit about who you are and what you work with. And that's basically a short introduction from your point of view. It can also be 2 minutes, it's not a problem. And then we start a dialogue. Is that okay? Can we start with you, Max?
Of course, that sounds fine. So I'm Max, originally from Belgium, but as all foreigners, or most foreigners in Denmark, I came here for love, so married with a Dane. What we do at Startup Wise Guys is we invest and accelerate businesses within sustainability. So Wise Guys originates from Estonia, and we're bringing this program in Denmark in order to really find and accelerate the businesses of Denmark that are acting within sustainability, that are really pushing the boundaries on finding new solutions and innovative ideas around how to reduce CO2 and limit the footprint. So this is, in a nutshell, what we do. So we make a lot of investments, around 20 investments a year, and most of our startups that are not in direct investments are going through this acceleration program. There's a 5 months hardcore training on sales, company building, fundraising, pitching, and of course, sustainability. So yeah, that is pretty much it.
Thank you so much. Maja?
Yeah, I'm representing today Innovation Fund Denmark. That's the soft money. I don't know if there is anybody here who has applied for InnoFounder or InnoBooster before. So some of you have heard about the programs we have. And one of the programs has as well accelerator part. But I daily work actually with the InnoBooster, which as well has this green theme. So when we evaluate if there should be given some money, we actually as well look at the impact in the field of sustainability. But yeah, let's have a discussion.
Cool. My name is Rasmus, and I'm with Creative Business Network, and we run a Creative Business Cup. We've done that for 10 years now. Next global finals with some 50, 60 countries will be the 27th and 28th of June. And what does creativity and the creatives and artists have to do with sustainability? Because, of course, we think that usually it's something that's nice to have and not need to have. It's, we know all about the fashion industry and the toys that are being produced and thrown away and all that. But actually, we have been focusing a lot on sustainability even since the beginning. In 2013, we had an Icelandic startup that worked with crickets and protein bars. The winners from 2020 was from Estonia, Raiku, replacing bubble wrap with a much more sustainable product. Fodio from Chile won last year. They have actually made a paint that sucks out CO2 from the air when the sun is shining on that paint and will make the paint more solid. So they are actually, So these are creatives that work for better tomorrow, for a sustainable future, and I can talk a lot about more of those.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Are Jonsson. The most relevant things I think here for this panel in terms of who I am, I spent 16 years in Silicon Valley studying and working there. For 11 years then, I was the president of Reykjavik University, and it's a university that is very focused on innovation, on sustainability, on driving forward technology, and etc. And one of the wonderful collaborations that we've actually had is with the Iceland Academy of the Arts in bringing together technical people and the creative people, the artists, to really come up with solutions that are unique to the big problems that I have. In parallel with this, I've also been on the board of some of the startup support entities in Iceland, like CLAC, Icelandic Startups, as well as being on government policy councils. So as you can tell, I'm burned for innovation and sustainability, and I say yes to every opportunity that I get to try to do some good for that.
That's a good answer.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let me start with one question, and feel free to jump in from your own perspective. Does a good, successful acceleration program exist? And if it does, what is it? What makes it successful?
I think from Startup Wise guys, if we had the perfect formula, would be winning and would be holding all the unicorns in our portfolio. I think everybody is making a bet within the acceleration program, giving the best tools and the best mentoring the startups and tailor-make it so the startup really gets what they need, not only what you offer. I think has a competitive advantage, and that's how we can differentiate the different accelerators altogether. I'm not sure there's like a pitch perfect accelerator that ever exists, even on the other side of the Atlantic.
Even Y Combinator. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So just to jump in, I think it actually depends on what you mean by successful.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to split hairs here, but in my mind, there are two ways you can define the success of an accelerator. One of them is just what you do for the people who go through the accelerator. You don't look at the businesses, you don't look at the value creation, you don't necessarily look at, all the business stuff. You've gotten, you've matured some people, you've taught them something, you've given them an insight into, the world of entrepreneurship and innovation, and they actually have a big different picture of what they can do in the world than they did have before they entered the accelerator, and that is valuable. Often when you want to talk about the success of an accelerator is, what do you get out of it business-wise? And this has always been really hard to measure, but there are accelerators that can really, look through the data and say, yes, we did contribute to new value creation, new jobs, new investment, and things like that. And I think that always qualifies as success.
Awesome.
But like in any good business, you also then have to divide by the cost of this. So really it boils down to, are you getting what it's being put into it in terms of money and people's effort and time and things like that? And then, let's be honest, they vary greatly.
Rasmus, you've been working on this field for many years, as you said, 10 years. Do we need accelerator programs?
Definitely. Whenever there's a solution that wouldn't have been brought forward unless there had been an accelerator or some support system, then it's good. I mean, if it's a solution that the world needs that otherwise wouldn't have been financed or developed, then I think just one is a success. Of course, we also have to take into consideration that we're sometimes spending taxpayers' money when we do these acceleration programs. I think they're good at what's happening now. Many startups shop around and also have actually participated in several accelerators at once. I remember one of our Israeli startups were in Buffalo, New York, and in Tel Aviv, and also a third place in Asia. And they just rotated the team kind of in these different areas. A very good startup, by the way. They had used Google Translate, so if you have a speech impediment, if you couldn't, say "I love you," it would over time learn that if you said "whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa," it would translate it into "I love you." So it would actually help people who had car crash and couldn't speak anymore or were born with it. But they actually were able to really benefit from the interest of many accelerators in their product.
Awesome. Maya, you have the challenges, right? And you have the InnoBooster. Within the InnoBooster, there is also an acceleration program.
No, InnoFounder has,
InnoFounder,
that's the first program usually you meet when you're a new startup and you come to Innovation Fund. And it's for 12 months salary, and you can focus on your company and so forth. And I think I have worked before with spin-outs from universities at TechTron's office. And usually when you put people together from, they have probably been a bit outsiders before they come to the accelerator program or that kind, because they have had some idea and they want to work with it, and but the others around them just want to have full-time job. Is it in academia or in the private sector? Not the majority wants to be a founder.
Yeah.
So they have been a minority, and then suddenly when they arrive at the accelerator, they actually meet people who have been outsiders, and they suddenly have this community. And as you said, it's as well about people, because we will probably see with the years that some people maybe don't succeed with the company, but they succeed with their skills. Maybe in the second or the third startup they start. So from that point of view, I think there are need for it, but as well as you say, it's like taxpayers' money or investors' money, and so just to make this, couldn't they just grow in a mentoring group, or should it be accelerator or something? So I don't know, but they have some advantage of being a part of such a group, because everybody likes to be suddenly like part of something.
Yeah. Well, we all love those success stories when we have one solution coming out from one acceleration program and really kind of make it, right? We all seen it, so there's no doubt that there are really good results coming out, versus, of course, there are some shopping rounds for some that stick into these acceleration programs within 3 years, jumping around, and never really nothing really happens. Well, that's how it is. What I heard you say is also one of the things that I'm listening, that I'm hearing a little bit more, is going from the first generation of acceleration, but it was one-size-fits-all program, to a more individual, based on needs, on the startup setup program. And please explain that. And for the rest of you also, we just been through 2 years of COVID, which has meant that this acceleration business, which means that people come together and sit and do work and so on, has also been affected by it. What were the effects, and what were the positive things, or what were the challenges? And has it changed something in our approach in building great acceleration programs? Start with you. How are you building your accelerator program?
So, at Wise Guys, we have like 10 years of experience invested in 300 startups. So we're not going to try to reinvent the wheel in building a complete new accelerator program that has been working very well for the 300. And for the success measure, we have like 80% survival rate in our portfolio since the beginning, meaning that we believe the program can really add something. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we're just adding some new items onto it. And we're adding an entire new layer of sustainability onto the program, just to be sure that sustainability is not just a buzzword that gravitates around the business, but stays at the core of the business. So the full co-founder team is really focused on that, and that's the prime mission, having growth on one side, of course, and having impact on the other, and working on both measures. So that's the new layer that we're adding onto the Danish-based program that we have. But reinventing the whole thing, we don't think it's worth it. Because so far, what we do on sustainability, we believe that it's the right way to go. but there's no one to assess. There's no certification in place for such small structures. And there's no way on earth that those startups are going to allocate people and money onto trying to really comply with large European regulations. So it starts from a very good intention. We really want to push them, but what we mostly focus on is create a pipeline and also set the right mind for later investors. And so when they meet those startups, then they are in the right settings from a sustainability angle.
Awesome. Fantastic. Fantastic.
And on the COVID stuff, I mean, people do things online. It doesn't really change much.
Has it had any effect on Founder?
The online part?
The whole COVID?
Not so much, but we had actually extra funding because of the COVID. We could support the startups who were struggling. They could apply for extra funding last year. So of course there were some types of startups who started a bit. But I think in regards to the changing the programs, not so much. We just see that the type of applications we get changed, and it's as well a lot more about sustainability. Before it was like a lot like matching platforms. We can be the new Airbnb, and we can put these together with these, and I don't know, maybe it's just my impression, but now it's more about the impact and the green agenda, because everybody is aware that the legislation can change as well in EU and all type of things going on. So it is a bigger topic right now, and some types of those startups maybe would have some advantage of a different type of accelerator, because it's not the same. It's not just about the money, it's as well about the other type of impact they are creating.
It's always about the money.
It should be sustainable, but we look at as well at the impact they make out there in society.
All right, awesome.
I wonder if Torsten Kohlin, the founder of Unoodle that most of you know, he showed us some statistics that if you evaluate startups online on Unoodle or other platforms, you actually have a better predictability whether they will be successful or not than if they pitch in person. So I wonder if that actually could be translated into also if startup programs that were online actually were better and more, you pull away the emotional stuff and the should we have a beer together thing, that actually makes it more rational and more precise when you develop startups. So you could say that during these terrible online years, maybe we did actually see something becoming more or less driven by emotions and more by something rational. Another thing is, of course, the markets of the startups have been hit by the COVID pandemic. So that's a different story. I think that the performing arts and the tourism and all that, transportation has been hit, but that's the market conditions or the market, but that's not the accelerator thing. Although it's indirectly because the markets.
You ran an accelerator program last year. I remember we were doing Green Impact Week together with the tourism, right?
Sustainable tourism.
Sustainable tourism during COVID time. I love that. How did that go?
You still can do a lot of training and a lot of pitching, and there's a lot of tourism isn't just about traveling somewhere and spending a lot of money and then going home again. It's also tourism in Denmark actually increased a lot. We all traveled to places we never wanted to go before. So I think it's relevant also in those cases.
I loved it. It was
the airports of Paris. The Paris airports actually had a call for startups that would do something about travel safety and the whole thing about the travel experience, non-touch check-in and how to disinfect an airplane in 5 seconds and all that. That was like a start of their accelerator program. And so of course you could take these times of crisis and try and build something on it.
Amazing. Ari, commercialization is something that we're going to talk about tomorrow, but I can't help talking about it a little bit now from a university perspective, getting researcher and research cases out and also student-driven startups, which you are also supporting in Denmark. acceleration programs for those should be inside or outside universities?
There should be a bridge between the university and the outside world. So this actually links well up with what my thoughts were when we were talking about the world during COVID. And so Reykjavik University, it's a university founded about 25 years ago, working very, very closely with industry and very much focused on practical education. And so, group projects, working together on realistic projects, working with industry and all of these. This is something we were doing, from first semester, from the very time that the students came in. And COVID hit this like a train. And so we put a lot of effort into using what leeway we had to bring students in and get them to work together. But we also learned a lot about what can we do online. And so it turns out there was a lot of things that we were using the facilities and the rooms in the university for that could be just as easily or better done online. And so it allows you to refocus the personal contact, the in-person communications to what really matters. Mm-hmm. And I think when you look at things coming out of universities, when you look at students participating in entrepreneurship, you are taking the work of people who have worked in somewhat protected environment, and you're going to bring them out into the real world with all of the things that come with that. The competition, the financing, the need for marketing and sales and words like that. And the accelerators have to be the bridge that take people into the real world. So I think some of the best ways to do accelerators when you're trying to take something, whether it's on the student level or faculty level, out of a university, is the one that actually builds a bridge. You start out with what they have. You build on the environment that they're used to. But then you have to, bring to them all of these things that they have to think about, operations, customer-driven design, marketing, sales, all of these things that aren't part of the first idea, but are absolutely essential in order for this to be a success. And when we then add on top of that, green and sustainability, that's just another element that has to be part of this. Sometimes that's part of the original idea. But over the years, in some of these accelerators that have participated, in particular in relation to what you mentioned, that, it was like an add-on. But as you also said, now it's not an add-on, it's a fundamental. Otherwise you don't play in the game. But that also has to be part of what they're taught. How do you present sustainability? How do you present your impact? How do you present the fact that you don't just have a good business case, but you also have a good environmental case? How do you bring that forward into the world? So really, the role as an accelerator, bridge between worlds.
I'm going to start the round with you this time, following up on that. And it would also depend on all of you, especially also you. When we work with sustainability and acceleration of sustainable businesses, how does that affect the due diligence that we are doing? Has it changed? And you mentioned there's no certification, we just made one. It's called Green Impact Assessment. Anyways, very cheap and easy to anyways, no. But the due diligence, and of course when it comes to technology, newborn and deep tech technology, it's really difficult to do the due diligence. But then comes the sustainability factor. So I would like to kind of hear your perspectives on the due diligence of the solutions that come from your point of view, and then we take it from you.
Yeah. As you say, there are solutions that you can use from the outside. But if you're looking at an accelerator and you're looking at what you're taking people with some ideas or a start of a business and you're pushing them forward in the processing, in their development, and all of these things. And if we look back to the way we thought about accelerators 10 years ago, the focus was on basically due diligence of the business case. You know, it's really easy to become fabulously rich in Excel spreadsheets. And so Accelerator was sometimes also looking at what's realistic. How are you actually going to achieve it? If you have a dating app, how are you actually going to get it out to 1 million people and not just your 14 friends, etc. Today, we do the same thing with sustainability and green. And it's, you know, we go way beyond the statement of, you know, saying that this has sustainability impact, this is green, you have to actually go through all the numbers. You have to ask the questions, is this realistic? And, you know, you have to go all the way from, you know, does this defy the laws of physics? To once you have it up and running, you know, is it scalable? Can it really have the impact that you're claiming it has? So it's the same kind of a due diligence that we teach them and tell them to expect when they're going through the accelerator.
Awesome. Rasmus.
In the creative field, I find it quite difficult to do these due diligence because who would have guessed that Peppa Pig would be worth 4 billion and Magnus Scheving with Lazy Town would make it as well as he did, and what else do we have? The Moomin. So these universes that are being created that we don't really know. I remember when Rococo, which was called back then Cinema dell'Arte, came out in 2013 in CBC. People were laughing at them, and now they're worth a 250 million Danish kroner, I believe. So I think in this respect, it's really difficult to find. We usually call it the double unknown, that in the creative field we have the double unknown. Usually the artists and the creators don't really know what the next collection will look like or how the next album or whatever will be, and they don't know the demand side either because they don't know if tastes have changed. You know, Guns N' Roses spent 10 years making an album and do they still have an audience? So in that sense I find it difficult, but some actually do it. There is Guy Laliberté, who's good for $1.2 billion, who created Cirque du Soleil. His main qualification, I guess, is to walk on stilts. And the first 11 years, he had support from the Canadian Arts Council. So it was an arts project. And then eventually he sold it, and now he has an accelerator called Zoo. And he just started also a venture fund that invests in entertainment, tech, and these new ways of engaging people. And but it's still, I wish I could have been in the room when they pitched 6 Feet Under at HBO. 6 Feet Under is basically about a gay, depressed funeral director. And that became successful. And that someone had actually the guts to finance it is quite amazing. So I think in my field, our field, the creatives, 12% usually on most economies, it can be really difficult to predict success when it's related to design, storytelling, universes, and these things.
Thank you. Maya.
I think I have a bit opposite problem. It's usually the founders who think that they're gonna get all these big numbers just because this idea is so great. And if you have a founder who's very technical or scientific, you have probably met type of person who is just like, he knows the smallest detail of this nanotechnology or what it is, and it's just like everybody gonna buy it, and that's the same right now with the green projects. It's like, I'm gonna make this platform, this solution, everybody gonna use it because it's gonna solve everything, and it's the numbers for some of the founders could be just like, everybody wants it, and I'm an anthropologist as my background, so I know that people maybe tell you they want it, but when they go back home, will they really change their habits? And in the impact, like when we talk about sustainability, it's a lot about the habits. So even though everybody says it would be great that we could just manage waste better, but when we are there in the hurry and we don't know what to do with this can, we just throw it in the garbage and don't look at different type of symbols and QR codes and whatever. So that's the thing that, we imagine everybody gonna love our product.
So is the owners, we have to work a little bit, the technology solution owners, make them more realistic.
Some of them have great solutions and great technologies. I think the thing, as you said about the accelerator, is that to have some realistic feeling about the user out there.
Max, is that what you experience?
I mean, so for the due diligence and the way we're investing only in food, agriculture, forest, and land use. So by default, we're already selecting those because we have a little bit more expertise within those fields. So the due diligence is a complicated matter because what are you expecting is a little bit of numbers to back up their claims. But at the same time, a sustainability startup is just portraying, 6 or 7 SDGs and saying like, we're sustainable.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. And at the same time, during the accelerator, we teach how to make those measurements actual valid, how to make an actual impact assessment. So we can't ask them both ways. We can't ask them to like back up the numbers on sustainability and afterwards tell them, oh, we're going to teach you all about it. So the due diligence is a bit of a two-side thing where, again, we're not hoping, we're not investing in Peppa Pig, but it's the same principle of like,
Minecraft?
we don't really know. We don't really know. I think that's the biggest answer. We're just hoping that things, that they're going to keep sustainability at the core of the business, that everything is going to evolve. The one thing from an investment perspective that we're asking ourselves the question is, should we divest in case they move away from sustainability? We're investing now, but we are in for the next 10 years. What's going to happen in the next 5, 6?
Yeah.
We don't know.
We don't know.
So it's a big, it's a big dilemma.
Yeah, I completely sense that. A lot of things has happened, at least from Danish perspective. I don't know if, I think, and I have a guess that it's the same everywhere. There's a lot of money, both from the EU and from the government and from the investors' perspective, are being poured into this area called green impact, mostly green, right? It also has meant that there are a lot of new players and there are a lot of new accelerator or incubation programs in silos, different silos coming up. Some run by public agencies that never had done things like this before. Some run by big, I just saw Boston Consulting Group, they have started this green cup up, I don't know what that is, but something like that. So we're seeing a lot of, and it's really great because in saving the world there's no competition, so all good. But for the startups who are out there, how would you advise them to select what should they be looking for when they're gonna apply or distinguish between different startup programs? Is it the brand, value, what is the outcome? What should they be looking for as an outcome? Is it the money, is it the learning, is it the connections? Almost a combination of all of those.
A beach with heated water.
What would you say? What would you recommend to start?
Right outside.
I think you're right. There's a lot of like different acceleration program, and it doesn't really matter where they're based anymore. We could join an accelerator program. If you're based in Spain, you could join Norway and Sweden. Most of it is done online anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I think you need to assess what is needed within the startup. Like where is the need and who can fulfill those needs. We believe that we making, as I was saying before, we tailor make the program for different startups. So we have a lot of one-on-ones with those startups. We just help them. Some are excellent at pitching, but some really are not so good at sales. And therefore, we really need to push onto one area or the other. Around 10 startups are within a batch. So it means that we have 10 different profiles that we need to help, and we usually help them on the different case. So I think it's a matter of like for them to figure out what's needed for them first in order to select the accelerator and who can help the most.
Do they know that before that? Is it your opinion that they actually know what they need before they start an accelerator program?
They partially know. They think they have some issues within the startups, and whenever they join, they suddenly have a complete new set of issues.
There's a whole world of other things.
I think it's based on the mentors that they really want to get close to, and it's based on the numbers, depending on what they want to do. Again, when we have 80% survival rate in the portfolio, we're really proud of saying like we come with the startup all the time. We're with them all like for the 5 months with them every day. But we also help them like beyond those 5 months, and we really hope that it doesn't all have to become unicorns, but at least they could become like those minicorns or whatever that are still profitable and good businesses that are hiring a lot of people. I think this is the point where we want to go to.
Awesome. Maya, what would be your innovation fund's
I think you have a point that it's really confusing space because everybody is saying, come here, you can get some money or advice. Everybody has advice. I'm actually a bit happy that I'm not a startup because I would be really confused. And the thing as well about the equity and everything, because I think, okay, Innovation Fund, it's like free money you get for 12-month salary. But I think if you have to choose which kind of accelerator you choose out there, it's a bit, crowded space, let's say.
Yeah. Rasmus, what is your experience?
I'm thinking of this Calvin and Hobbes cartoon where Calvin is selling a swift kick in the ass for $1. And Hobbes come over and ask him, how's business? And Calvin says, it's really bad, and he can't understand it because everyone he knows needs what he's selling, a kick in the ass. And then the caption says, people will pay for what they want, but not for what they need. And I think when we then look at, I think it's human nature. We have all these blind spots when we look for what we need to grow and to accelerate and to go out there, and it's based on our background. So I think often startups might make a wrong turn, but that's part of the learning. I think if the idea is good and the business is right, and then they will surely find their way somehow. But like in all things in life, we make wrong choices sometimes.
So just relax and makes the choices, and even if it's...
I don't see it necessarily as a problem that there are many accelerators. But, I mean, if they're filled up and they do good and they bring solutions to life, hey, then that's good.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, actually, it's a very interesting question when you're talking about how much how much of a variety you want to have, how much competition you want to have, and in general, as long as it is on equal standing, having a lot of different accelerators that people can apply for, a lot of different options, it allows accelerators to focus on specific elements, deep tech or high tech or no tech or food or what have you, and it allows people choice. That's a good thing. The example that I know the best, and that has been, really been a question of letting 1,000 flowers bloom, is MIT. If you get a chart of all of the accelerators and all the support programs that MIT has to offer, there are over 100 of them, and they, fit into all kinds of different parts of the sequence and of the growth part. But that's basically done on the premise that they're all standing equally. Some of them are student-led, some faculty-led, some expert-led, some business angel-led, et cetera, et cetera. But there are two areas where this becomes, an issue. One is when you have, entities that are competing, and too much of the energy starts going into the competition. So in Iceland, the example that I have is I ended up being on the board of two different grassroots organizations, both trying to support innovation and providing accelerators and doing virtually the same thing. And I was sitting on both boards finding out that they were spending half of the time in the board meetings bad-mouthing each other. So we merged them. So you don't want to waste the energy on competition that doesn't help anybody. The other thing, and this is a little bit, in relation to what you started the question with, when all of this money is coming in, all of this big money, big entities, sometimes things have unintended consequences. So for instance, when governments come in with, hey, here is a way to help green acceleration, here's help green businesses, and they accidentally step on all of the good stuff that was already in the grassroots there. And so one of the things that we try to get to the government and big entities and big companies is when you come in, take a look around the area where you're stepping and see if you can't, involve some of the smaller entities that are already there and make them part of what you have to offer. And this goes for sort of banks that have been very busy in Iceland and other places stepping into this area, governments, large institutions, large consulting companies, etc. And when they do it right, and I have an example that is working out beautifully in Iceland. There's a bank that has a fairly large fund for sustainable innovation. I sit on the board there. And they've enrolled the Icelandic support groups to basically be part of the process. So they're not taking anything away from them, they're giving them a little bit of funding, and you get this synergy. So the big guys just need to take a little bit of a look before they step in, and then we're all going to be fine.
I love that. That would be great. Thank you. All right. There is, I have a bunch of questions, but there's only one thing to say is that the free bar is opening at 5. And I think that this weighs a little bit more here than our talk. Anyways, it's been...
Why not at 4:44?
Nah, because we have to pack some stuff. Okay. Otherwise, but we would start at 4:46. Anyways, I would really thank you for being here, inspiring us, and I hope that the collaboration and the talks can continue. And for all the startups, we ask critical questions. It's not because we don't believe in accelerator programs. You should definitely join one. And here are some great examples. This is where you can learn and grow and sometimes get good funding. So it's just to ask the right questions and go to these people and talk to them and ask them how their program can fit yours and so on. All right, thank you so much for your time. Yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.